Okay. It says that my live stream is offline. No, it isn't. What the heck? YouTube has been acting weird this morning. For me trying to start my stream. I was being very strange. And it's on YouTube's side. It wasn't a problem with my internet. It was like, I think just like purely their servers were being weird or something. Anyway. Let me know if the music is a good volume. We are once again listening to lo-fi music so that we don't get copyright claimed, which is pretty awesome. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm doing this. I got I got up this morning. I stayed up last night trying to watch the games, and man, what a disaster yesterday was. I mean, that was a pretty big upset from 100 Thieves, but still, like the man, what are G2 doing? Just completely running it, just sprinting it down. So I'm hoping that tomorrow isn't disastrous. Or today rather. I mean, I might stay up, I'm not sure. But yeah, also this Rise champ just seems so bad. Like, I don't know, it's been picked in every single game and it just seems so bad. Like, literally so bad. I think Jarvan also has a 0% win rate or something like that. It just looks so bad. Also, they're picking this Rek'Sai champ and it kind of like does nothing. Also, Rumble is seeing a lot of play. Also a champ that I just do nothing. Also hung on a Karma game out of nowhere. I was not expecting Hung to play a Karma game, but he absolutely just carried, to be honest. So that was kind of crazy to see. Yeah. Anyway, games were kind of exciting, but also sort of like a letdown. I don't know. G2 kind of throwing it, and oh man, that Koi getting such a huge lead and then just throwing it, like insane. Anyway. Enough yapping about League. It was still fun to watch the games. Anyway, hopefully tomorrow's better. I think honestly, I think T1 is gonna win Worlds. I just think that they seem kind of really good, like in insane form right now. So I think that's what's gonna happen. To be honest. I don't really see HLE winning, even though I'm like huge HLE fan right now. But yeah. Okay, so oh yeah, last night I did my Slice and Dice Curse Run live, and I lost at wave 80, exactly wave 80. So we didn't loop the fourth time, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, really difficult at the end. Kind of got shafted because we had rush 2, meaning that we can't choose any items, and I only got tier 3 items like 3 times in a row or something like that, and not having any items and kind of just no synergy. We had Stoic with our only damage being Steel which is just like anti-synergy up the wazoo. And so we lost, which was unfortunate, but it was a very stressful run. We had a very close call on Tarantus, and that was, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do another one, but that was pretty fun. Anyway, yesterday, I worked on this drag and drop thing, so that's done. We didn't end up doing this, but what we ended up doing was just kind of working on the UI elements getting uploaded to the GPU. So it works kind of like our text boxes now, where we just allocate a massive buffer at the beginning and then just re-upload into those slots. The only downside to this is that the number of vertices per element can't change during runtime, but I don't really see the point of adding that. Like, what would the use case be? Anyway, so that's that. Anyway, I wanted to add in here a few things that I was thinking about this morning to do. I want to rework hot-loaded shaders. After the material refactor I did with all of our materials and shaders being abstracted away, I never actually re-implemented hot-loaded shaders, you know? I think we used to just have a function that just deleted the shader and then remade it. But making this shouldn't be that hard. I think on shader, store a callback for cleanup and for reinitializing is what we're going to do. Okay? We don't need any fancy, I think, infrastructure for this. I think all I'm going to do is literally just have the function that initializes it right now just be stored on the shader, and then when we select it in the UI, just, you know, reload it or whatever. It's really not that big of a deal. So that's pretty easy. That's going to help us make this edge detection shader. I have no clue how to do that, but I guess I could do some research today on how to do that. I also wanted to put here a sprite sheet for items. I really suck at drawing and, you know, visual art, so I don't know how I'm going to do that. But I have a notebook. It's not with me right now, but I have a notebook full of items that I plan to add to the game. But there's just a bunch of them. Like, I have a notebook full of ideas, basically. So there's that. Yeah, I've been awfully tired, zoned out, and like my stomach has been weird lately. I don't know why it is, but like I've just been kind of, for the past like 2 weeks-ish, I have no clue. I wonder if it's I think, you know, it might be like allergies or something, because I guess I was on allergy medication and then I like ran out of my prescription. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe it's like a histamine thing. Anyway, so sprite sheet for items. What else did I want to write down? I was thinking of other things this morning, and now I'm completely drawing a blank. I had like a mental list and now it's completely gone. Yeah, so now that we set up the drag and drop thing, we also need to like make function to initialize the inventory UI with the ID for dragging and dropping. And we already had made this, but now that we refactored our UI system, I have to remake it. And yeah, basically all it's going to do is it's going to initialize a bunch of square UI elements. I think what we'll probably do is we'll probably just like have a square UI element and then have a function that copies it in rows with a certain spacing, and so make that function rows wrapping around a container basically. So that's what I'm going to do there. And yeah, this should be a really easy thing to do, you know, like this is probably like an easy thing for us. So yeah, we should just go to the bottom of this file, to be honest. It's down here where the menu would be. Actually, we have a separate function, don't we? Don't we? Display material menu. This is what it is. I think putting it in this is fine, because we actually have a we actually have a drop down here with all of our shaders already set up. The thing is that on selection for this drop down, what we do is we change the material shader. So a couple of things that we could do, like the simplest thing for us to do actually would be to just make a separate button that does this and just put shader selection on the editor config, and that's what I'm going to do. So we'll have int selected shader and int selected. We want to also do it for the whatchamacallit. What selected VAO layout. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so if our shader selection is this, then our editor config dot selected shader equals shader selection, right? Yeah. And then we will just make a separate button, nk button label, with our CTX with a title of change shader, which will change the shader for the selected UI element. Or selected UI element. I'm so cursed with the UI stuff. No, it's this is for changing the shader that corresponds to a material. So that's what this should do. This button. You also, so the whole point is to have a button here that reloads the shader. Now. Okay, we're not going to touch that yet because I need to go into here and into our shader program, and I want a void, can't type, we're going to have a setup function and a cleanup function. Okay. And when we reload shader, I'm going to call we probably want to pass a pointer to the actual shader, don't we? Yeah. I feel like these aren't even being used, no? Resizable uniforms? Maybe it is. Oh, it probably is, actually. So we would free this buffer. Is there anything in here that needs to be freed, though? I don't think we malloc anything. Uniform matrix params. No, yeah, we don't malloc anything. We don't malloc anything. Okay. So let's just pass the shader. We're not getting an error for this, are we? No, we're fine. Yeah. So that seems correct. We want to do the same exact thing. Do you do any stirred up? Yeah. Rarely. I think I don't really do it very much anymore in the engine because now basically all of my strings are not malloced, basically. That requires me to free? Oh, you're talking about right now. Oh no, yeah, this is not stirred up any of this now. I thought you were talking about in general. Yeah, no. All of this it has a max, yeah. Okay. So I want to refactor this the exact same way. So we're just going to set this to the same thing and then defer that. Yeah, I mean, this is just pretty standard what I'm doing here. And then we'll do the same thing for FBOs. I totally forgot about the FBO thing. But this is good because we can later use this menu to actually edit these things instead of just changing what the material is pointing to. Because that, at the end of the day, is pretty useless. It actually doesn't really accomplish anything for us. But I thought that it would be useful, and then we didn't end up using it at all. So, as with most things, that's kind of how it goes. I don't think we need to do any error handling here. I think that it's just, we already kind of handle it with this FBO selection is less than, etc., etc. And this stuff doesn't really need to be, we don't have to have like hot-loaded frame buffers or anything right now. But we can add that later, I guess. So this is going to change FBO. Change FBO for material. I mean, that should be kind of We can do change material FBO. That's more correct. Change material FBO, and this is going to be change material VO layout, and this will be change material shader. Okay, and now within our shader setup, I need to go down here, and for all of these, what we should do is I want to, when I initialize new shader, I want to initialize it with a callback function for setup and cleanup if necessary. We shouldn't really need any cleanup other than freeing the uniform buffer. I'm kind of wondering if there is any anything that I even malloc. I don't think that there is ever. I mean, I guess we could just set that up just in case we end up with something like that. But everything is literally just indices into SSBOs and UBOs anyway, and just these uniform pointers. So I don't think that anything is actually needs to be freed. So in this thing, we have to put, I think, just like yeah, I can't type. I always suck at typing these things, actually. It's for some reason very difficult for me to type these function signatures. So all we're gonna do is literally set setup function equals setup function as cleanup function. Hopefully that just works. So when we could just make a generic cleanup function. And this is going to take in a shader program shader, and what we will do is we will I think GL delete program with type please, the shader program. But before we do that, I need to free the uniforms. So it was giving me errors, but there was no error. Now, why don't I have a macro that does this already? Well, because it takes me 10 seconds to write it. And it would take me 10 seconds to call the macro as well, so that's why. Now, I wonder if what we want to do is if we want to put in shader program a flag that something like this that we toggle when we have a free shader program. I'm just wondering if we want this to be like a generic cleanup or something like that, because then of course what we're going to end up doing is like kind of the it seems a bit obscene to call it an arena thing, but you just go, you know, and then next time you initialize the shader, you just use the free slot. Could do that with a free list, or you could just iterate through it. Right now, the way I initialize new shaders, by the way, is that I just like literally resize the array, which is fine because we don't actually use pointers to these. But I wonder if that, I mean, it doesn't actually do anything right now. It doesn't really matter, but yeah. Anyway, so this is going to be the default cleanup. I think that that's fine for now. We don't actually have to use the free slot for anything. I don't want to overcomplicate things. Okay, so let's just, can I, first of all, can I do this? Is this allowed for me to do? I've never done that before. Is this like fine? I'm not recursively doing anything here, right? Because I don't actually call the setup function. You're almost kind of wondering if, to be very clean with it, you just... No, yeah, let's not do that. Okay, so this... Yeah, this should be fine, I think. Now we just need to kind of do this for all of the shaders. Yeah, I'm not recursively calling anything. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Okay. This function isn't even being used. This function is being used. Gosh, we have to actually like... I would love to have a macro that did this. It is what it is. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to be fast and then I'm just like griefing. Yeah, I've never actually used a function signature inside of a function. I'm kind of surprised that that works, to be honest. But apparently it does just work. Apparently it does just work. Oh, you know what I should also do in this function? I should also zero all of the stuff in here. And I'm gonna do it with an actual loop just in case. What is this a, I think it's just indices, right? Yeah. Yeah, we should zero everything. I'm able to render meshes, but I only use it for my terrain rendering, but not primitives or models. Maybe I missed your other message there. Or are you asking how I do like my models or something like that? I want to build an engine at some point with my current renderer. Do I make separate mesh structs? Or make one that supports all. You definitely want generic. So the way it works in my engine, I'd say the design for it is to think less about meshes and more about assets. Don't think of things as meshes, because I'll show you why. If we go into this GLTF and we find meshes here, we have our meshes for our base body, our hair, our jacket, our pants, and our shirt. These meshes don't actually matter during runtime because all we end up seeing are not the meshes, but the bones and the model and the asset itself, right? So I started with like primitives, triangles, like that sort of thing. What you're gonna end up with if you like want like kind of the correct engine architecture is, in my opinion, like you want to start thinking of things as assets. So when you import an asset or spawn an asset instance, right, it is a collection of meshes, but those meshes, I don't actually like even use meshes during runtime. Like I don't actually hold mesh data per se. Yeah, sure, triangles, every triangle has a mesh index on it. However, I don't think that that's really used for anything. So I'd say like you want the infrastructure definitely for an asset more than just a mesh. It's the best way I would explain it, because our meshes, I don't draw the meshes separately. You know, I don't render meshes. I render the material to the screen, if that makes sense. I don't draw these all separately. For example, if these two meshes had a different material than these, then we'd end up batching them separately and drawing them separately. But since all of these are on one texture and they all have the same material properties and they're all a part of the same skeleton, then I draw all of these meshes at once, you know? And so that's why it's not really important to think about things as meshes. Also because these meshes can't be drawn separately because we have this many joints, right? So our number of joints obviously doesn't correspond to the amount of meshes. Now, of course, you might not have skeletal animations, but I think any animation system, you're not just moving meshes around, you're transforming on the GPU the individual joints rather than meshes. So maybe that's a bad way of explaining it. But yeah, so that was like a big like change I had to make in like how I thought about things, because I used to have everything as primitives and I used to have everything in that way, and then I kind of realized once I started adding like skeletal animations and importing GLTFs and stuff like that, that thinking about things as meshes isn't really useful because it doesn't, meshes don't actually matter for batching, right? When it comes down to it, it comes down to joints, skins, and models and asset instances and things like that, you know. But yeah, I hope that I explained that properly. To be honest, the whole bone, skin, skeletal animation thing is still pretty complicated even for me to like wrap my head around, but yeah. Half of these I don't even use. To be honest, I don't even use any of these. Like this bullet decal thing, I haven't used that shader in like at least 2 months. Oh man. And then after this, I'll have hot-loaded shaders. I was putting this off for so long. I mean, I used to have hot-loaded shaders, I guess, like when I started my engine in the beginning, but then I ended up like doing all these abstractions and refactors, and then I realized, oh, at some point I'm gonna have to spend an hour doing what I'm doing right now, and I was like, okay, well, I don't want to do that ever, and now I'm doing it, so. Have I seen the whole thing about Pokemon and how they are rendering one big city in a mesh? Interesting. I did not know that. Is that like in the old games, or is that something that they're still doing? I mean, it makes sense. My map geometry is one mesh just made of different materials. So I actually draw all of the static geometry at once. I just pass a texture array, you know? And because, so OpenGL has this thing called texture arrays, right? I'm sure that there's the equivalent in Vulkan, right? So if you have basically textures with the same import settings and the same size, etc., then you could just pass that to the GPU. You probably know this already, but you know, and just per vertex, just choose what texture on the GPU, and it's super fast. I'm wondering if that's like an optimization decision and not them being lazy. So it depends, right? So like, I don't think that there's any real reason that I can think of to have your city be made of different meshes, unless you know, I don't know, because a mesh can be made of different textures, be made of different materials, etc., you know. Like for example, my map data in Blender, right? It just every triangle has a material, right? And so when I import it into my engine, I find the texture data for that material, and then when we batch it, we just draw, if possible, everything together, right? So yeah, I'm not sure if that's if it's necessary to make your thing separate meshes. If anything, it would, you know, it would be a bit more painful because if you didn't, because then like copying buildings would be kind of annoying, I guess. I don't know, but either way, if you made your city one mesh or multiple meshes, it wouldn't matter because if you batch properly, then that's all going to be optimized away anyway, you know? Like, even if you have separate meshes with the same material, your batching system is going to merge them anyway if they don't require animations, basically, you know? So unless your city has like buildings that are flying around or whatever, or like moving at different speeds and stuff like that, then I feel like that's it's probably a reasonable decision. Oh god, there's a fly. How did this fly get in here? Oh my god. Oh, maybe. Oh, I think it's a spider. Never mind. Much rather a spider than a fly, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, having things on different meshes or not doesn't really, I don't think it really matters, because at the end of the day you aren't drawing meshes. Like I don't have draw calls that go per mesh. I just draw buffers full of things that are kind of dealt with, right? So basically the way my rendering system works, for example, is that I have all these materials, right? Materials including render passes, for example, like my composites and my post-processing and my bloom and things like this. These are all materials. I also have materials that are different textures and things like that, if they require different import settings, right? So we have our floor, our wall, and our ceiling textures. And I have what I call optimized batching on this. And so whenever I load in an asset, okay, or spawn an asset instance, or well, not spawn an asset instance since we aren't duplicating the triangles, but whenever I load in an asset from a file and I find a match with this material, I am putting it all into one draw array if possible. So if it doesn't have a skin or animations or anything like that, and we have this my flag that says optimized batching here, I find if we have a pre-existing VBO that I can slot this into, so that when we draw it, we just assign one texture array and draw it all in one pass anyway. So I don't actually see meshes at all. When I load in assets, we just find matches to materials, and based on those matches, then combine them into one VBO, if possible, when we push them to the GPU. And what that looks like when I bind shader program, what this looks like is, if we have a texture array, all I do is I assign this texture array. Every shader in my engine uses the same binding of uText array. And so what this looks like for my opaque geometry, for example, is we have just a text array that I just straight up index based on the vertex data. So in our vertex shader, this would be our text layer right here. So if it's possible, inside of this shader, we pass a texture array that we index based on the vertex data, and so we draw it all in one group anyway. So regardless of if things have the same mesh or different meshes, it all gets batched regardless, basically, you know. Now, of course, there are concerns with this sort of thing, with culling culling is a big issue for me that I am going to have to work on with this, obviously, because right now my batching is so optimized that we can't cull. Basically, if we load in an asset, where we load in an asset of for example, if our entire if we load in an asset and we optimize batching, and then we batch everything into one giant VBO for the entire map, then you obviously can't cull, or it becomes hard to cull, because then in the vertex shader for everything in the VBO, you're maybe testing distance, or even if you're just early outing here, it still becomes extremely expensive because you're pushing like millions of triangles every frame. You're not actually re-uploading that, but you're still having to go through millions of triangles every frame. So that becomes difficult for me. That does become difficult for me. And so I'm going to have to end up with a partitioning system that partitions geometry into different VBOs anyway. But for now, this just works. Where can you go to learn about the implementation of batch rendering? If I'm being honest with you, like, I don't want to not be helpful here, but if I'm being honest, I designed the system like 100% on my own in terms of like the batching thing, in terms of like the infrastructure thing. That's why it's like the strength of my engine that I'm kind of like proud of. Like the rest of it is like shoddily kind of put together and all that, but for this, like, I genuinely, there's a few things. So my engine does things atypically because most other like modern engines, right, are using SSBOs way more often. They are they're just doing things different in the infrastructure, because I think modern game engines are mainly looking at things like asset loading and things like that. My kind of idea for my engine was that you kind of just like load in the geometry, and then that's kind of it. Like you load in a map and that's it. I think most other engines, like for example, if I pull up for you the J Stefano GitHub. Why is this not in my search history? But if we talk about the J Stefano GitHub here, I want to go to his technical frame analysis, right? Just to give you like an overall idea, right? So this is like the typical kind of engine architecture, right? Is that you have all of these assets that are completely separate, right? That you're loading in and instancing. This makes it really easy when you have this many materials and this many different things to say that the floor back there, we're not going to spawn that instance yet because it's far behind it. But my batching kind of works way, too good, because we have, we put everything in one VBO, so it makes batching things and culling things much more difficult. That's kind of like the downside of my system. But I'd say, like, if you want to learn like actually how to do it, I'd say like the J Stefano GitHub is kind of like the best source for deferred rendering in general. I think it's like a great resource. I definitely really recommend it to kind of like get an idea. He also has stuff here that like overall kind of information on modern OpenGL that it's kind of really hard to find otherwise, especially with like multi-draw indirect. This is stuff that modern engines are leveraging that I don't, right? I shy away from certain things like draw elements. I don't really do uh, index and deduplication and things like this inside of my engine. It's very complicated to implement, but other engines are doing this when you have a lot of models and stuff like that. And so if I would recommend, if you want to like make an engine like the right way, in the modern way, and you want to be loading in a lot of different models with a lot of different animations and etc., etc., that's kind of the more efficient way to do it. And you know, but yeah, I don't know. I to be honest, my rendering pipeline did not look like this when I started, you know? Like my rendering pipeline, until I understood how to do it, like if you go back in the VODs, it's also, you know, like way back, but I think I have it all like kind of commented out, right? So I didn't start with the architecture. What I started with was actually just like hard-coded OpenGL calls for all of my different things. So I started with a VAO for entities, and you know, a VBO, and all of these textures that were hard coded that we were loading in, or even not hard coded, right? Like we had, you know, lightmap atlas data with these different IDs and stuff that got set up during initialization, and then I would set up my uniforms every frame. This is basically what my engine is still doing under the hood, but I've just abstracted it away over time. And I'd say that like that's kind of the advice I would give if you wanted to make an engine, is to start with all of this stuff, because if you don't start with like hard coding stuff, then you aren't really going to know how to abstract it away. Like once I understood every component that the pipeline needed to get abstracted away, then I was able to build it, you know? But if I didn't really understand how VBOs worked and how VAOs worked, then I would have never been able to abstract them, you know, for my purposes. And for your purposes, for your engine, it might be completely different, you know, and you might end up with a different architecture. So, yeah. I definitely, you know, there are people that come into the stream and say, you know, that they read so-and-so book about engine architecture, and, you know, and I do love also, I forget his name. He's making this Kohi game engine. You may know him on YouTube. Travis Roman is actually his name. I'd highly recommend his stream as well. Vroman. I highly recommend him. He's also one of these guys that have like proper
Have you ever won-
engine architecture. This guy. So yeah. It depends what you want to do. Travis Roman. Yeah. It depends what you want to do, because when it comes down to it, your engine is your engine. And if you want to, you know, make an engine with, you know, a full entity component system and et cetera, et cetera, and et cetera, and you want to do it like the proper commercial game engine way, then you can definitely do that. If you want to do something more custom, you can kind of do that. What I've kind of learned is that the most efficient way to do something is to sometimes know what you're working towards. And so my engine doesn't componentize everything because my engine doesn't have a physics component. So therefore it doesn't need a physics component. My engine doesn't have, like, all the collision is handled without basically, doing a full physics solution, right? And that's fine for my purposes. Like, obviously I have like cool b hopping and all this kind of stuff that simulates physics, but I don't really need a physics component. And so I don't have a physics component. I don't have an AI logic component. I don't really see the need for it. My entities just have callback functions based on their state, right? So my entities, even though the struct is massive, and so we may end up having to change this, it has a NPC component, which is really the only component in my engine. It has, inside of it, it has a function and a behavior that it matches on. And I have a registry of behaviors that we match on when we spawn a new entity instance, and then we bind the function for that entity's behavior. And I think I'm just going to basically make multiple of these functions for different entity states, right? So entity in combat, entity out of combat, or whatever, And this function, for example, this function, for example, this behavior of test follow, this does the entity pathing around and follows the player, right? And so when an entity is in range, all I do is call this callback function. And therefore, I don't have the need for an entity AI component, because it wouldn't help me out CPU wise with cache misses or anything, because that's not how we're iterating anyway, So because, I guess maybe it would be a bit faster to loop over technically all of the entity AI components and then find their distance to the player and then, access the behavior callback. But it would be such a minimal performance increase and such a pain to architecture in an already like 40,000 line engine that it's just simply not worth it, So yeah, the only component I have in my engine is one that's necessary because of the CPU performance gains, right? Which is an NPC component, which has for every entity that is an NPC, right? You have your items, your spells, your attacks, your stats, and some flags that we might change later. And then this is important because later what I'm going to make is I'm going to make a combat instance, and inside of a combat instance are going to just be NPC component combat entities, or whoever is inside of the combat instance, and during combat you're just going to loop over this. But this really only makes sense for like my turn-based combat system, So anyway, and some of this is just kind of hard-coded. You could definitely like abstract this away, right? And have like pointers to all of this stuff, but I kind of got to the point with my engine where I was like, I might as well just use the engine at this point. So that's why I kind of made all of this stuff, because I was, if I did another 10,000 lines of abstracting this stuff away, then I was never, yeah. Anyway, that was kind of a rant. Yeah, this new headphone cable it brushes on my mouse wheel, and I have one of these kind of fancy mouse wheels where it's unlocked, so it does this, you know, spinning thing. Anyway, yeah, that was a really, really long way to to say that, but yeah. I may also not be the best person because I didn't read a, book about engine architecture before I started. I kind of just like, I just literally, I mean, one day I just kind of got up and I decided, I wanted to make a game and I didn't want to use a game engine. And I was like, okay, well, I might as well just do my own thing. And then I just started coding it. So I didn't even like, know any of these content creators or anybody before that, so I didn't really do any research. I feel like I might go down my route and learn better while I'm applying. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like seem like biased because I did it this way or anything like that. I feel like also now if I like got an engine architecture book, etc., then I would probably enjoy reading it now, but I would have never got anywhere in my engine if maybe it's just the type of person I am where I get bored if I'm not doing, I have like a lot of, in the past, when I end up like planning for a project, planning for it, it ends up just so much better in my head than when I start working on it. And then you start working on it and then you get like weighed down by it not being as easy or it not being as good as it was in your head. And so nowadays, instead of planning, I just kind of do it and not get too much in my head about it, because otherwise I just kind of never make any progress. But there are definitely people that have succeeded doing it the other way, but I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna reload, you also want to clean up. Let's just make sure that the cleanup actually, I don't even think I finished refactoring this because I was in the middle of talking. Yeah. All right, peace out. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry if I rambled so much. I don't get to yap a lot when people aren't in here, so when people are in here, I try to yap as much as possible. All right, peace out. Oh yeah, this stuff actually we never fixed actually because this these shaders still don't work with the UI stuff. Yo, what's up, Oh Sleepy? How are you doing? Yeah, I'm just kind of doing some annoying refactor right now, so it's not very exciting. So sorry if it's not very exciting. How I make Pathfinder boss, man. So off on just offside, as an aside, are you calling me boss man, or are you talking about making a boss and the man was how you're addressing me, or was I the boss man, like in terms of like a uni project killing you? So A star is what I use in my engine. I just kind of like copied the algorithm just straight up. It's not a very, I mean, it kind of is a weird algorithm, but you know, there's a good Wikipedia page on it, and you can definitely find an implementation of it that pretty much has the exact code. You know, all the good thing for what I did was that I already had kind of the infrastructure for it. So I already had convex holes that were connected to each other, that we could iterate over with the A star algorithm. So that's kind of like half of the battle, I guess, is creating nav meshes, or you know, whatever, which are just basically connected triangles. But yeah, that's those are the two kind of steps, is like making a nav mesh system that makes convex holes, and then connecting them. But yeah, I mean, if the project is to just make a Pathfinder and not make a specific type of Pathfinder, say A star is probably the way to go. I know some people have done Dijkstra's solution, which is also pretty good. Comparison between like Pathfinder algorithms. Yeah, I mean, so you could do that. You could do A star and Dijkstra's. I don't really know much about Dijkstra's, but A star is kind of interesting because I don't really I don't really know what the proper heuristic is for A star. My only heuristic is based on distance, you know. So I'm not sure how like the proper way to do it is, but that's just the way I do it. So yeah, mine is definitely shoddily put together for sure. But yeah. I was thinking of doing A star, but I don't know if I have time for it because the deadline is like tomorrow. Yeah, my A star implementation definitely took me like a few days. Did one using BFs for now. I'm not sure what BFs is. ChatGPT is the way to go. I guess. Yeah, I don't know how to help you then. I'd say like probably Dijkstra's is it seems a bit easier than A star. A star is annoying because you have basically a pile of all of the meshes that you've visited already, and cached scores basically for them. And that's kind of the idea behind it. So it's also kind of inefficient to do it without hashing stuff. So yeah, I'd say the A star is kind of difficult. Um, so this is just going to basically make us go infinitely, I guess. Yeah, we probably do have to check for a free slot, I think, when we initialize a new one. Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So hey, what's up, Crooked? Crooked? Croquet? Crutch. Sorry. We're just gonna do it this way. It's like a very simple kind of like arena style of doing thing. Crouch or crouch? Okay, got it. Okay, so it's either or. You don't have a specified. It's either? Okay, got it. Got it. Understood. What's up? What am I working on? I'm re-implementing like hot-loaded shaders and shader cleanup for shaders during runtime, which it's like a very simple thing that I've just like been putting off doing. I had hot-loaded shaders when I started my engine, but then I did all these abstractions and stuff, so I need to make a proper like thingamajig. So if free slot isn't -1, then we will yeah, I mean technically you wanna, this is the way we did it, right? This will not have a bug in it at all. Promised. Promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. Yeah, you want to just increase the I think I'm doing this the right way. There we go. Okay. So you can modify the shaders in the runtime. That sounds cool. Yeah, pretty much. So what I'm doing right now is when we clean up a shader, this is all like callbacks type of thing. So when we initialize a shader, we basically make the function that sets up the shader, and we assign the function that sets up the shader and cleans it up. And when we want to reload a shader, I have this that cleans up a shader, it deletes the program, and it sets it to a free slot. And when we initialize a shader, we just loop through all of our shaders, try and find the free slot, and if there's a free slot, then we will just use that to initialize our new shader. Issue is that we need to skip on free slots otherwise. Because when we default cleanup shader, what we need to do is we need to destroy all references to that shader, because that's going to be dereferencing null pointers sort of thing. Well, actually, I mean, if there's just 0 uniforms, it should be fine, technically. It'll just probably give us GL errors, which, you know, it's fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. So when we reload a shader, we're gonna call cleanup and setup. Yeah. The issue is that basically every render group gets a shader index that it's going to, and so we need to reassign those somehow. So let's go to render group, and let me go to shader index. Do we have all of this isn't useful. Do we have the material that we came from? I don't know why we don't have that on here. I feel like we should have that material that we came from, because we need to go from render group. We need to loop through our render groups, find everything with this shader index, and then yeah, reassign it. Actually, you know what we could do? No, yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, I was thinking we could loop through all of our materials and compare the strings, but the issue is that we can't get to render groups from there, so that's kind of difficult. I mean, you could literally on render groups, instead of just having a shader index that's resolved, you could also have the shader ID, so that when we make a new shader or reload one, we just automatically resolve this index. Yeah, because otherwise that isn't going to work. Did my music just stop? Did I run out of music? No, I didn't. It just took forever to go. Oh gosh, this is actually annoying. It's actually annoying. Yeah, I think music out of bounds exception, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to like loop through our render groups when we create a new shader and then find which ones have the same ID, but the issue is I don't want to have on render groups a string. I just don't want to have that. So yeah, I guess you just have a. We can just do that, and when we set up our render group, when I generate a render group, I want the material index. Material ID equals group count. Yeah, I want the material UID. I don't know if UID is actually what we want. We can just do it from here. We can just do it from here. I just want the actual index and not the the UID, because the UID might actually not be correct. So what I will set is before we exit the loop that makes our render groups we want the group material ID to equal what are we indexing here? Material render key is, we want, oh my god, we are, what are we doing here? What am I smoking? Okay, I don't know what I was doing here, but yeah, this should not be, should obviously be M and not the polluted namespace of I is what we should be doing. So let me see. Yo, what's up, Mr. the Robot? How are you doing? Yeah, so this I was very stupid, very stupid. Very stupid of me. It's obviously M. The render keys, every time we see render keys, we have to replace it with an M. Okay, and also this has to be an M. Oh no, this has to be I. Yeah. And we also want to do it here. So every time we make a render group, we now have the material that it comes from. And so when we call the initialize new shader, I guess like the idea is I want to resolve old shader indices for render groups. So we want to go through all of our render groups. Got burnout in school? That's awesome. The burnout isn't awesome, but if you're doing all right, that's good. Sorry, I was thinking about something else while I was answering that. I'm doing all right. I stayed up watching some awful League of Legends last night. I don't know what the fuck we're doing, to be honest. 100 Thieves winning is just kind of like, I don't know how that happened. And I don't know why G2 is just like running it, just sprinting. I don't know why we're locking in. I see Rek'Sai, Jarvan every game. These champs do nothing. I'm seeing Ryze every game. That champ does absolutely nothing. So I don't know what we're locking in really. But other than that, everything is fine. Wait, no. Yeah, we have to follow. We have to get a material definition. Okay, so we get our material here, and then we will shrink a bear. Then our G shader index has to equal the index. There we go. So every time we initialize a new shader, we search for existing links with that shader name and then reassign the index. So hopefully that works exactly like I plan it to. Yeah. Yeah. Playing Geometry Dash. Cool. Locking in for the cube. Yeah, I've seen all the Geometry Dash crazy, the maps and stuff that people make. It's crazy. I remember playing that game when I was in like, I forgot, when on my phone or whatever. It's kind of crazy that it's become such a big thing. Yeah, it's really crazy that it's become such a big thing. Yeah. There was like a period of time where I didn't hear anything about that game, and then like recently, like in the past like 2 years, it's all of a sudden like such a popular game. Have I seen the ray tracing engine made in Geometry Dash? No. So that's something that I should look up. All I'm seeing is that there are shaders that have ray tracing for Geometry Dash. I don't see any like engine per se, but maybe that this is what you're talking about. I'm just seeing shaders. I think that this is all I need to do. Hopefully. .3D engine, not ray tracing. Okay. How I made a 3D engine in Geometry Dash. Oh, is it ray casted? Or, yeah.
Like the example I showed you before.
This looks interesting. This looks interesting indeed. Oh wow, it is 3D. Cool. Even looks like it has backface culling. Cool. That's sick. Yeah, I don't know what the software is capable necessarily, but that's sick to see. Um, Let me see if this compiles, and if so, maybe it just works. Okay, we're rendering to a black screen. I'm gonna assume that that's because my shader indexing didn't work, or I named something wrong. So first thing I'm going to make sure to do is change this back to what it was. Just to see if this works. Also, we gotta get rid of this frame printout that's happening in here. Oh my god, stop. Yeah, I wonder why we're rendering to a black screen. I probably made a typo in my refactor. Oh my gosh, that's gonna suck. Now I probably made a typo on one of these shader names. Okay, so that works. So you're telling me that this is getting a free slot? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Do I have a bug in this very simple logic? Hypo 1,000 lines of code is going to be crazy. Yeah, I mean, there's been many times where we have had to do some interesting debugging things. I was almost thinking of making like a compilation of all of my my mental breakdowns. I like went back through my streams to try and find like all of my mental breakdowns that I've had while coding this, and honestly, I could make a good compilation of all of my mental breakdowns for sure. What are we smoking here? What are we smoking here? Did I get a free? No, I didn't get a free slot. No, that would be back here. That would be back here. No shader found via material string. No shader found via material string. What are we smoking here? Let's go to our shader setup. Free slot 4. Free slot 4. Free slot 4. What are we talking about? I guess we're just not zero initializing, so that's why. That's probably why. Yeah, that's the problem with realloc. I wish that there was is there a calloc for realloc? That would be sick. That would be really sick. Okay. Okay, so select shader. What shader do we want to change? Oh man, this isn't changing. Oh, you know why it isn't changing? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. So what's happening here is that our map editor does not have, it's going not based on the editor selection, but based on the material shader. So, material render group, shader item count, shader label dot selected, and shader label dot selected equals I when RG shader index. This should be editor config dot selected shader. Yeah. And we should do the same thing with all of this. Boom. Basically what was happening there was we were getting the selected shader from the material and not the editor cache. Yeah, honestly, I miss having mental breakdowns. I haven't had a mental breakdown on stream in a long time. In terms of like, you know. Will my project be open source? Probably not. To be honest, I'd have to go through a lot of work open sourcing the code. Yeah, so we have so this is our geometry shader. Oh, yeah, the shader is okay. So we want to reload a shader. Let's reload geometry since that one's easy. Let's go to, this is opaque.frag. What we want to do is maybe instead of multiplying it times light, just have it regular or whatever. So let's click reload shader and we segfault in our menu. We are segfaulting within the menu that changes the thing that we just did. Why? Why? Oh, you know why? Because our cleanup function, okay, so we have to actually make a So we have to set the, because our cleanup function deletes our setup function. So that's why I segfaulted there. So we need to keep the function pointer before I delete it, obviously. Yeah, I'm happy I found this this music to be able to play during stream, because now I don't have to worry about getting copyrighted anymore. It's pretty sick. Okay, well, this is it with the disgusting shader that we are getting rid of. So let's go to geometry and change the shader back to what it was and see if we can reload it. We're still segfaulting. Why? Oh, wait, am I that dumb? Am I that dumb? What did I just write, dude? What am I writing? 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 Oh, wait, you know what I just realized? Oh, hold on. I'm being dumb. I'm being real dumb. This function signature is not... It takes in a V path and an F path. Okay, so what we need to do actually is pass that... we do pass that into here. We need to save that actually on the shader program struct. Yeah, I was wondering why this is happening, and why it's happening is because we don't have the path to reload the shader. So this is just going to have an upper limit of 64 for now, just because I don't want to deal with it. But yeah, later we can deal with malloc, I guess. It's fine. All right, peace out. Electrical machines and electrical circuits. Hey, yeah, that's awesome. I had that sort of breadboarding stuff, you know, as well. We also need to make inside of here, this setup function isn't actually going to take in this. The setup function is going to take in a vpath and a, yeah, like this. Okay, so that's that. And now, I'm surprised that it didn't really get mad at us with the function signatures. I guess because if you don't specify here, it doesn't I guess check. I don't know. Let's just straight up stir copy the into S F path, the F path. I'm not going to worry about checking for errors here, really. Okay. So now when we call function with we could just use the Surprised that that's not allowed, actually, but whatever. Hopefully that's it. Okay. Okay, let me reload the shader now. There we go. Neato. Neato, 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 neato. Sick. I don't know. I've had all these things in this shader that I've just like been playing with over the course of whatever, you know. But yeah. That's back to normal. I also have this thing that's happening here, which you probably can't really tell. But if I turn it up, you can probably tell more what's happening. It's like I had this like idea to like I don't know, something interesting. Who knows? Who knows what I was smoking when I made this? I don't know what I was doing. I thought that it was cool though. I thought it was cool. I think it's cool if it's not as intense. Like here it's like there's just like some color modulation happening here. Yeah, we can do a lot of things with this. We can do, you know, some overall cool things with this, like if we want to make you know, if you want to get rid of the lighting for whatever reason, you can get rid of the lighting, I guess, and all of that good stuff. Hot-loaded shaders was not very hard for me to do at all. Took me like 10 seconds. Obviously not gonna create delete shader because that would mess things up, I assume. But yeah, cool. Whatever. Okay. So now we have that. I guess I can just like get rid of that on my list, huh? So hot-loaded shaders, we got that done. that took 2 hours, and some of that I was yapping, so not bad. This is kind of like art. This is kind of also art. Bro, how do you manage the thousands of lines of code? I don't know. I just kind of, I just kind of like wake up and I code, I guess. I don't know. It's not like I guess I just code, you know. I don't really like. Sorry if that's a bad answer to the question. I just kind of, I just kind of wake up and I code, and I kind of just do it every day. And then when I make mistakes, then I have to go through all of the code base. But yeah, you just kind of code. So both of these are arts. This is an art. This is just like a shader thing. I don't really know how to do this. My guess is that like entity mesh would have a flag, maybe an SSBO thing, so that we don't actually have to change the vertex data. Obviously, would be nice. You could also just pass it as a uniform, technically, per entity instance. Passing it as a uniform instead of in an SSBO would actually make a lot more sense, I think. Since it's just like one hard-coded thing that I need to do, it's like not that big of a deal for me to just like do it as a uniform. I can just like literally put it when I pass it into a shader in bind shader program. We're already passing in a U model based on entity ID. We go into the entities buffer and directly take the instance data entity ID. So I could also just like literally pass as a uniform during here. We could pass an additional flag, which but a little tiny bug in this gigantic code base. Yeah, trust me, I've had my fair share of mental breakdowns, Trust me, I've had my fair share. But I mean, you don't really make a game engine with a small code base, So it's kind of inevitable. I'm just going to make an extra flag here that's going to be honestly, we don't have to think too hard about this. So what I was going to do was I was going to put it on the NPC component, the highlight state for the thing. So if int has a NPC component, then we will put this U component flag here, and this will be on NPC components. I just gone to kind of we'll just put an int highlight flag. So NPC components highlight flag. This doesn't have to be an int pointer, does it? Yeah, it's just this. Okay. So we have a uComponent flag going to, we can have it go to this entity mesh file, is pretty fine. I'm just gonna have a uniform int uComponent flag, I think. Yeah. Okay, and here we can do like our edge detection, whatever, I guess. I don't really know how to do it though. Yeah, I probably need to like look up how to do this actually. I wonder if I can do it while I'm drawing this or if I have to do it separately. I would like to do it. I would like to do it while I'm drawing, but I might not be able to. I think I might actually have to do it after. Actually, how do I do this after? Because then I would need a, I would need a separate frame buffer, I guess. I need to put this on a separate thing. I would need to draw it on a separate texture. And then composite it. How much performance am I sacrificing for this then? Huh. My idea for this was that you'd have like a red outline for like enemies or whatever when you're in like selection mode, and like green for your allies or whatever. But what this is going to mean is that I'm going to have to put my entity rendering on a separate frame buffer, I think. Which is fine, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I will have to do that. As far as I understand, since it needs to happen after, I need to have it on a separate frame buffer, which is pretty annoying, but I guess that's what we're doing. So, hey Arya, your message got removed? Oh no, I'm sorry, wasn't me. Nothing can be easy, I suppose. Nothing can be easy. So I'm going to have to move my entity mesh rendering onto a separate frame buffer if I want to have edge detection. And so everything that goes to entity mesh will have to be an NPC, I suppose. Wait, but then how do I flag different entities to have different, Oh, that's so complicated, actually. Yeah, I can't flag entities to have different stuff because we don't know where they're gonna live. There's a guy who's also making a game engine from scratch, but in Vulkan. Yep, there's quite a few, independent engines out there, for sure. Oh man, yeah, I don't think I'm going to figure this out right now. So to do like a proper edge detection algorithm, I need it on a separate frame buffer, I guess. But I obviously can't do it on a separate frame buffer because then I lose the information that we need for our edge detection, like the color for each entity. So I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. I obviously need to figure out a way to do it when I'm drawing it first. Honestly, what I probably could do I wonder if there's a way with Alpha Channel to do it. Like, I have somewhat of an idea. Does this work? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe that's kind of cheating, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, how do I get the edges of an object? And I'm just, just kind of spitballing, maybe. Maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. That doesn't really get the edges, does it? Obviously not. Edging the object? Yeah. Obviously not. Yeah, the thing is, so we're discarding everything that's not obviously on the entity. I need some way to... I have no clue how to do that. Also, maybe she just never had shoes. I just don't... yeah, she probably never had shoes. She does look a little bit pale. I think, to be honest, it's probably because of the shader nonsense that we were doing. I probably changed this somewhere when I was touching it. Yeah. This is difficult because I don't have any way. I mean, what I would have to do, would be that I'd have to have 3 different frame buffers, right? I would have to draw them separately. And then run edge detection on 3 different frame buffers separately for each entity type, which I don't want to do. I wish that there was a way for each fragment to know if it was close to the entity or not. Why no capsule collider? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about why is her foot in the ground? Because why do I need the edges? I'm talking about, I have this idea for this edge detection shader for determining, basically the idea is that you're going to highlight enemies, right? And they're going to glow red or whatever. And when you highlight your allies, they're going to glow green. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that without just putting them on separate frame buffers and running edge detection separately. I kind of just want to do that while they're getting drawn in the fragment shader, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do it. Isn't stencil buffer made for this? Yeah, you're probably right, actually. I've heard of that, but I haven't implemented that myself. But yeah, maybe you're right about that. Maybe I need to do some research on that. Oh yeah, this is basically just a depth buffer. Okay, so it's like a depth buffer. I'd wonder almost if I would need I would need like different stencils for each color, right? And then I would need to write them separately. I see. Okay, we can do this. I just need to know what's the what is the boilerplate to set it up. I need to attach multiple different stencil attachments. Okay, understood. Yeah, I've never done this before. I'm gonna assume that I make it just like anything else. But yeah. Okay, let me see the boilerplate to set this up. Need to go to my frame buffer creation. All the way at the top. Yeah, I would need to generate stencils on FBO creation. Wouldn't it be easier to... Sorry, I wasn't reading. I was looking something up. Flip the normals and cull the back faces and scale it up a bit. Duplicate the triangle mesh. Flip the normals. Seems like it could work. Duplicate the mesh. Flip the normal. Cull the back faces. I just feel like that would... Let me think about it. So in terms of like my engine's convention, what I would probably have to do is I would have to... If an entity has a certain flag, I would have to basically submit a second instance of it to be rendered, but then pass a different flag to do that, I guess. So we wouldn't be duplicating the mesh. What we would be do is duplicating the instance that's being rendered. You know, that makes sense. That makes sense. I could also do the stencil buffer thing, though. I feel like, honestly, both ways are probably fine performance-wise. Let's try it. Let's try it. I feel like that way is probably easier to do for my purposes. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. I'm trying to think in my head, sorry. I would have to assign it with the same joints and like skin and stuff like that. I would have to do that, and also we could literally just like multiply the scale, or like add a little bit to the scale, and just make it red or whatever color. Okay, I'm willing to give that a shot. To be honest, that should be like pretty easy to do. I don't really know what it would look like, but it's worth a shot, I guess. Actually, yeah, I mean, maybe. Yo, what's up, Luca? How are you? I'm doing some thinking if I want to like stencil buffer this, or if I want to do what Arya is saying. Arya, it makes sense, right? But it might be kind of annoying to do, because I would have to basically make a second instance that copies the... Let me see the... Just searching some stuff to do in France tomorrow. Yeah, well, I hope that you aren't gonna be searching to watch LOL esports tomorrow. Any major issues or fixes today? I made earlier. I'm like re-implemented hot-loaded shaders, which was kind of like lazy. Pretty simple to do that. I don't know why I wasn't doing that. It's pretty easy to do this, but now I'm trying to figure out how I want to do like edge detection. I was like, I kind of want like enemies to have like a red outline when you mouse over them, and your allies to have like green outlines or whatever. And so there's a couple of ways I could do it. I could do what Arya's saying and flip the normals. I just wonder if that's gonna mess with my depth testing, my depth buffer. Like, I think that's what the problem is gonna be. I could probably like. The issue is that if I submit a new instance of an asset, I would basically have to like change depth testing and turn depth testing off and stuff. And so there might be like visual artifacting with that, like with them going through walls. So I'm not sure if I want to do that. About League, G2 lost from what you can see. Well, it wasn't necessarily that they lost. That's the bad part. It's that they looked like they were playing with their feet. Is the issue. It would be fine if it's fine if you lose, but if you're playing with your feet, then I think you might want to like buy a plane ticket or something. Anyway, I'm a bit salty about it. Yeah, I stayed up to watch some games. I've got to say, you should watch the 100 Thieves game. Your team VKS didn't win, unfortunately. But PSG didn't win either. To be honest, it was just a disaster of a day. There was, I don't think anybody played very well, to be honest, other than T1. Yeah, it's the games weren't the best quality, to be honest. It's just like kind of stomps all around. I think I am actually going to do the stencil buffer thing, though, unfortunately, because yeah, it just seems very complicated what I would have to do otherwise, and I'd probably have to hard code some things. And to be honest, I should probably have the ability to have stencil attachments on my frame buffers. So I should probably set this up. Even Fnatic lost? Why are you saying even Fnatic? Fnatic is absolutely awful. They've been awful for many years now. I think that their coaching staff it must be awful, but yeah. We need to extend this to have, I guess, stencil text params. I was a big fan back in the day. Yeah, when they had like Broxa. Yeah, like 2018. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fair. I mean, but since they've had Razork, I mean, man, that guy, there's something wrong with that guy. Like, let me tell you. That guy, there's something wrong with him. What you actually end up wanting for this is actually like a array of stencil textures and depth textures. Instead of just one. Because right now I just have it so that you can attach one color of attachment and one depth texture attachment. But really, you should have... We're going to need multiple for this anyway. Yeah, I should refactor this actually. Even if it's kind of annoying. We shouldn't actually be doing this, by the way. We should just like have an array of stencil attachments and color text params and all of this stuff. We should have an array that it just goes through and generates per frame buffer. That's what we should do. However, that's going to be quite annoying to do, unfortunately. Yeah, what you're going to end up with here is and then these textures just get stored per frame buffer. And then you can just get rid of this. And then this will just be an array of these. I think that stencil textures, as far as I can tell, they're just basically depth textures. But I will make a separate thing just in case. Okay, so on our frame buffer struct, we need to like have a maximum, I think. I want to have a maximum, so I'm just gonna have it to 64. This is actually good because I have some random textures floating around that that don't make sense to exist. What we need actually is inside these params. I'm just going to make a because that's at the end of the day is what's going to get filled in. So instead of this, we're just going to have the params filled. Yeah. Yeah, that Razork guy, dude, there's something wrong with him, bro. There's something wrong with him. That guy is not right in the head, bro. I don't know. So I want you to look at this Fnatic game from this morning, and I want you to tell me what you think about Vi damage being lower than Nautilus damage in that game. I want you to tell me thoughts and feelings on that because I just don't understand how you're that bad. Like, it's just like it's incredibly bad. It's incredibly bad gameplay. It's just grief. It's just grief. It's just grief. We need to iterate through and store it on the This is going to be a for loop. I kind of forgot why I was doing all of this. What is default params? I feel like, to be honest, we probably shouldn't be doing this whole thing. We should actually just like we should do it the same way that we do the rest of the stuff. We should be like we should actually just like get the frame buffer. We should do the exact same thing that we do outside. We should do we should just like vectorize this and then just return the pointer, because that's gonna make our life like a ton easier here. We're just gonna do this. Why is this mad at me? Oh, that's why. Oh, yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah, I'm like out of it right now. Sorry. Oh yeah, of course. Okay, so we're gonna iterate through all of the color attachments that we need to make, and then oh. Um. How do I indicate a I guess, to be honest, we could just like initialize it to default params, each one that we pass in, I guess. But yeah, otherwise we can't. To be honest, we could just. Okay, so yeah, that's what we should be doing. What am I talking about? Yeah, so everything that isn't color. It shouldn't even matter. It shouldn't even matter. We don't even care. We could literally just do a. I guess just like do this. I don't really care. Yeah, that's fine. So, what am I doing here? So we want. Okay, so F. Oh, please let me. Okay, yeah, it's gonna let me. Cool. I almost crashed out. There we go. Okay, and now that should automatically set that up, I think. So that's what we're doing. So we're going to take in a amount of color attachments that we want to make and an amount of all the other attachments that we want to make, and then we're going to just do this. Seems good to me. And then we want to do this for depth and stencil. Which seems valid to me. Seems good to me. Before I delete everything else, is there something else that I need to be aware of here when I'm making this? I forget. We need the compare mode. That's what it is. It's like an additional parameter or something. I think that that's fine, apparently. And then we will make the same thing. I'm assuming that stencil is the exact same thing. I think it just matters when you attach it, what you attach it as. I think that this is fine. Okay. So, here I automatically set the frame buffer texture. I think I'll just do, if our color count is greater than 0, then we will attach f color text 0 dot texture ID, and FBO equals FBO. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in here, huh? Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, it's a stencil attachment, and it's gonna be on the frame. Okay. So obviously we have a lot of errors here that I need to do, and then we need to return. We return F. This resize frame buffer, by the way, doesn't even work also. So let's not even worry about this. Yeah, let's touch this later. This isn't necessary to work with right now. It's giving us like a ton of errors. Yeah, so our render properties are gonna have to change here because what I could do with FBO text is make it an index, actually. That's what we will do, actually. So when we set our frame buffer texture for properties FBO text, I want to turn FBO text into an index instead. So I'm going to change this into an index. And so that's going to mean that we have FBO text down here. We only set it up. 0 will go to the default, which is going to be correct 99% of the time. The only other time we use it is for our volumetric pass as a second color attachment that it like ping pongs off of. I'm trying to find it. Yeah. And this can end up just being an index into the color attachment array, I suppose. And so in this case, this could end up being 1. Let's just comment it out so that I don't mess something up royally here. And then when we initialize our frame buffers, what I need to do is I I need to move this texture onto the frame buffer. I should also be getting some errors here, but I'm not. This isn't being used. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting arrows here. Oh, you know why we're not getting arrows? Because we have to go into here and change the function signature. Is this correct? Is this all we want to do? I think so. For now, we're just keeping it as a reallocated array. I'm not actually messing it with it right now. Okay, so now that we changed the function signature, we should get a bunch of errors that we can go through. What we're gonna do is color text params. And then is this possible? This sort of thing? Is this possible for us to do? Yeah. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. And then just pass that. I'm sure that this S is polluted. I'm like 90% sure. But we didn't get an error, so I'm gonna assume that it isn't, and then when we run into an error about it, I'm gonna blame something that isn't me. Okay, so actually important here is that our FBO count is 1. Because you want our 0 to be our default frame buffer. Okay. Also, this doesn't matter anymore. We just want to create it from here. Okay, so we don't have this anymore. We have a width, a height. We want to pass P, pass the count, which is going to be 1, pass D, the count, which is going to be 1, and then S 0. Yeah. Correct. Correctamundo. I don't use that for anything, so I don't even know why this is still a thing. Okay, 1, 0. Okay, that's that. Boom. Okay, and moving down. Okay, that looks good. I'm just making sure that I'm not messing any of this up, because it would be really painful to unfuck if I fuck it up. That would be quite painful. Just refactoring this for the millionth time. Whatever. I mean, I think having the flexibility to have stencil attachments is probably good. I don't really know what they're exactly used for, but I think it might be good to have. Might be good to have. So, why not just do it? Why not just do it? Okay, I think that that's all of our default frame buffers. There is the volumetric composite text that has special properties that needs to be attached to one. Yeah, this. For now, I'll just do this. We can abstract it later. Now we have to make sure that the volumetric composite text that we use for our thing is on. Yeah, composite. Wait, hold on. It needs to be on composite, not on volumetric. Which is fair enough. Where is it? Here it is. So we're just gonna move this down here, and then when I go to So this is going to bind one. I also have to go to where I bind these and make sure we bind correct. So this is going to be indexing the FBO color text indexed by this dot texture ID. Okay, and now I also have to go to our shaders and refactor that because they use color textures inside of here. Inside of all of our shaders, we often get a frame buffer, like our UI frame buffer here, and then we use the properties here is fine. The UI width and height is fine. But if we're using a color texture itself, we have to obviously set which index we're going to be using. Which should always be 0, other than when we use the volumetric composite text, obviously, which is our second attachment. I was assuming to find more stuff here. Just kind of looking through it, and I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, so this is going to be color text 0. No. Also, no, we want to go color text 0 dot texture ID, of course. Okay, and here. I guess that, yeah, I was trying to look there to see if there was anything there, but I guess not. Okay, almost done, I promise. I promise it's almost done. I promise it's almost done. It's actually not that bad of a refactor, and it's probably important for the flexibility of the engine to have it, so it's fine. It's not what I was planning to do today, but it is what it is. What were my intentions with the font? I liked it, and so I set it. I just kind of liked how it looked, I guess. Okay, so depth text is all fine. So when we set up, I guess since it's going to be on our main frame buffer, it should be, we should set it up on our main frame buffer, the stencils. So when we create new frame buffer, we want to do a stencil text params for I guess, 2 different types, 2 for each color that we're doing. We want different, I guess, stencils. I don't really know how this works. I'm just kind of trying to figure it out as I go along. Yeah, I typically don't have don't typically have is this not it? Is this not a GL enum? No definition found. What are we smoking here? This is both GL enums. Some people hate the font, some people like the font. I typically don't mind it. Did I misspell this? No, I did not. Am I missing something really stupid here? This is definitely a GL enum thing. Oh, attachment. GL stencil attachment. Oh. Hold on. How does the format for these work then? I don't even know. I might have to look up the documentation for that. Then. What do I use it when I generate? I use internal format here. I need to figure out internal format and format for these. What the typical, yo bro, you're cool, thanks. I appreciate that. Do you think that I'm cool? Hey, Mr. Adrazzle again? How are you doing today? Yeah, I need to look this up. I need to do a quick Google on the stencil buffer internal format. What is the GL depth 24 stencil 8 for a stencil only render buffer? GL stencil index 8. Interesting. Stencil testing. Yeah, I never did this. I kind of just want to see. It doesn't have anywhere the boilerplate for creating a stencil buffer, which is what I want to know. It's just telling me how to clear them and stuff, which is like, obviously I know how to do that. Have I tried Vulkan? No. I'm typically an OpenGL guy, I guess. Maybe one day I'll try Vulkan. Apparently this is a thing. Apparently. Stencil index 8. Maybe I still put it GL depth component 24. I don't know. I don't really understand the difference between format and internal format either. I never kind of got that. But I thought that you do here and then you do the bytes here. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. I have this new headphone cable and it always scrolls me. Yeah, I have no clue if this is how you're supposed to do it or not. I have no clue. Once you bit the Vulcan cake, there was no going back. Yeah, I've never bitten it, I suppose. But people tell me that it's great. I think this is how you're supposed to do it. This is correct. 8 bits for it. I'm guessing that format is depth component, even though can you just give me the answer here? It's so annoying how they don't have this on the documentation for this. Okay, I guess that we will just... Sorry, I'm doing research right now. Required formats. Stencil index 8. Okay. Maybe the format doesn't matter. Really. Yeah. Okay, well I'll just keep this, and if it gives me problems then I'll figure out what the issue is. But yeah. I would have loved to help, but don't have your laptop nearby. That's alright. Okay. So these are our stencil buffers. I think that this is fair. So how do I actually do the... What I have to do is I have to go into our abstraction for render properties. And I have to figure out how to basically do a command buffer call with these. We have depth test, depth mask, and this sort of thing, and compare function. We need to do the exact same thing, I think, for stencil buffers, if I'm correctly understanding this. So stenciling operations take into account blah blah blah. So we're gonna have a boolean for stencil depth, stencil mask, and yeah, it's the same thing as the depth texture, I think. I don't understand what this GL front and back is. The face can be GL front or GL back. Oh, maybe you can do this with one thing then. GL stencil funk. Okay. It's the culling method? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I feel like then I could do it with one thing. I just have one for green and one for red. You know? But I'm not going to really worry about it. I'll just do it with two for now. Okay. So now that that is set up, I have to go into here. And for our main frame buffer, for this base is actually the enemy entity. It's just called this. So the layout of weapon, we have to refactor that eventually. But okay, so if we want to do a stencil here, we'll do stencil test. I'm going to equals GL front and back. Okay. I'm going to assume that this is fine, since we don't really care about culling. So if I understand this correctly, we will automatically write to the stencil buffer like the depth buffer if I enable this, and then we can make another render pass on top of this that just uses the stencil buffer, that just reads from it. I have to make the thing that does this though. We also have to like clear it. We also have to clear it. Okay, so that's also a render property that we need. Okay, so for some reason this was separate, so I'm just going to do this separately, like okay. Yeah, I kind of don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of winging it. I hope that this is going to work. This is kind of putting my abstractions to the test to make sure I actually know what I'm doing at all. Okay, hold on, FBO text needs to be FBO color text, and then we need to do we're gonna do it this way. Yeah, we're gonna do it based on indices like this. And just do this, so like this. Depth text and then stencil text. Stencil. I'll make it in a sec. I just want to kind of get this down. Okay, and then of course we need to change the attachment to depth and to stencil. I think that's fine. Okay, so now we need to go into our properties and refactor that as well. So int FBO text is going to be int color text stencil. There we go. So I have 20 errors. Yeah. So changing that yeah, these should all be 0. These should all be 0. And for these, we also want to bind the depth texture. Oh. Wait, what? Okay. Just going to ignore that error. I wonder how inefficient it is binding these all the time. I'm pretty sure though that we can just make that super efficient later, and I don't have to worry about it. So everything that has depth testing, I should be binding the depth texture for. So I'm gonna be doing that and that. And then in this case, we also want to put in here the stencil thing. So dot stencil text equals hold on, I'm gonna need to do different draw calls then, because I need to bind a different stencil texture. Yeah, this kind of sucks, actually. Because now we're at a point where the stencil texture actually needs to change during runtime, and we might need to like unbind the stencil texture depending on per entity. We can't just like set it up and forget it, you know? We need to decide per entity if we're writing to the stencil. Which means that we can't just like set it up in our material definition. Seems like I shot myself in the foot with the architecture. There's probably a way for us to do this, but I'm trying to figure out a way to do it without just like literally hard coding something that we literally check a flag and then change the render properties. Yeah, that's difficult. That's really difficult. So if we were doing this per entity like we were doing here, what this would end up being is we would get an entity from here. We'd get the entity and then change the render properties. We could make a callback that does this. We could make a callback that does this. Yeah, I think that that's what you kind of want to do. You know what? You know what? You know what? Before we make the callback, I always do this thing where I will like abstract it away and like spend all this time planning on something, and then I'll just like make something very complicated that, you know, has a lot of errors, like points where we can fail. So what I'm going to do instead of that is just hard code this for now. First of all, if group dummy instance. If we don't have a dummy instance, then we will get this. I'm just gonna hard code this for now, and we can abstract it away in a callback later. I just feel like this is not worth it for me to do right now because I'm gonna probably make a mistake. What did I call this? Oh, yeah. I put a flag here, didn't I? Highlight flag. If our flag is is 1, else. Okay, so this is how we will test it. So if our highlight flag is 1, then we want our group properties dot stencil text equals 0 equals 1, and then otherwise we'll stencil test is what writes to the stencil. So we'll just set stencil text to 0 if our highlight flag isn't 1. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if our highlight flag is 1, then we want to, so we can make this a callback function later that does this, but for now we'll just hard code it in here. Okay. So now we need to make an additional shader, I guess, that yeah, how do you do this? I don't really know how you read from it. Let me see. Okay, so what I could do to make it really easy is I guess you could make like a stencil. Yeah, the OpenGL example is pretty good here. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so yeah, it does. Yeah, so this it does end up scaling it up. Okay. What is GL stencil op? GL key, the function GL stencil. Okay. Keep, replace. Okay. It says to go GL always in the example. So that's what we're gonna do. So it does end up just scaling it up. So I don't know how I'm gonna do that pipeline wise, because I would have to have the entity submit itself to multiple different render groups, I guess. Other than the one that just draws it. So I did this bad. Hold on. What's the thing that I just literally read? Oh, so it uses GL stencil func. Oh, it uses GL depth test. Oh, I see. I understand. Okay. So there is no stencil test. Okay. What is ref in mask? I think it's this. This isn't a thing, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, wait, so this is going to be... Okay, hold on. Okay, this is it. It's compare func. That's what it is. I don't understand what GL stencil op is though. Whenever the stencil is fill. Yeah, maybe I don't want to do this right now. I don't understand. So we're having fun today. So I guess I need this. Keep replace. When both the stencil test and the depth test passed, but we were gonna have depth testing off. Okay, so if we just... Alright, peace out, Arya. If we just keep this as default with GL keep, then it'll just work fine, I think, anyway. If I think... Oh, no. Yeah, you need this to be replaced. You need this to be replaced because this is the action to take if both the stencil and the depth test passed. Then in that case you need a GL replace because that's the rest of it. Okay, got it. Got it. So if it fails in this case, I'm trying to understand why you turn... Oh, you turn depth testing off. Yeah, that makes sense. But why do you turn the stencil mask off? I guess to be honest, we shouldn't really ask that many questions and we should just do the thing because this does exactly what we want to do anyway. So we should just really do the thing, I think. We do need to have the operation thing though, so I'm gonna put that in render properties as well. This is kind of getting quite massive, but yeah. So, what's the last one? It's D fail, S fail, or DP fail. DP pass. Okay. Okay. So I wonder if you want to do this when we enable stencil testing. Also, I wonder why it doesn't enable it here. Maybe I'm just dumb and it's just GL depth test also does the stencil testing. But yeah, this example, it doesn't do it. But yeah, we'll just update GL stencil op in this case. I think so. Okay. I'm just kind of checking what they do. So here they turn the testing off, the mask off, but they still call the function. Or maybe they have this might just be like implied, I guess. So in this case, we would turn stencil testing on, we would call the function automatically. Oh, yeah. And then we would turn stencil testing on again with a different compare function when we do the scaled up version, and that's this. And then is this really supposed to be prop stencil mask? I think it is. No, it isn't. What is this? All right, peace out, Luca. I will see you later. Good luck on the job search. Yeah, apparently this isn't the mask. Because this mask, and then this is the mask off, but we still keep the function with this mask. Maybe you just hard code that to 1, I guess. I don't know. I don't really understand it, but yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be just 1, I guess. God knows. I'm just going to put it like that, I guess. I need to go to the bottom here. Yeah, I was in the middle of changing all of this, but I want to... It needs to have -1 for all of these. As per usual, this turned into like a giant thing. It's never simple. It's never simple. I think the depth textures for these are also -1. I don't think, maybe this has a depth texture actually. Not really sure. Not really sure. Yeah, you want 0 for these. I don't know what I was doing. I'm like 90% sure that we're gonna end up drawing to a black screen once I finish all of this. It's a good chance that that's the case. Okay. So now what am I looking at here? Let's try to copy what they're doing. So it's keep replace. So dot stencil sfill equals gl keep. Okay, so that would be keep replace. It does dot clear. Oh, it clears the stencil at the beginning of the frame. So we want to clear stencil equals 0.0, I think. Yeah, this is kind of a problem with wanting to clear. We don't have a way to clear different textures. We just kind of clear whatever is currently bound once. Whatever, we won't worry about that right now. That's kind of an architecture thing for later that we can do, but I kind of want to just figure this out. So if we have stencil test on, then we will call stencil op with gl keep replace. Yeah, I think that you need to put in here all the time is stencil mask equals 0 and stencil test equals 0. I think that you need this, or else, because actually these are all 0 initialized, so it should be fine. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's just assume that everything is 0. So if everything is 0, then this would be drawing everything else. But then when we draw our two things that we need to call gl always this is fine, and then gl stencil mask is on. Okay. And then this will be the stand-in for the next pass that comes after it, which will be this, right? And so we will disable depth testing, disable depth writing, and then we want a stencil mask of 0. And the func of gl not equal. And turn off depth testing, which we have turned off already. Okay, I have no clue if that's going to work. But the thing is, you still need the, you still need to scale it up, right? You still need to scale it up is the problem. Yeah, here when I submit entities to render group, submit entity to render group instances. Asset render groups I. Asset render groups I. How do I set that up? So during I assumed that it would be So when I spawn an entity, I forget where I set that up. I'm so confused because that should be set up here. In GLTF instances, render group count equals 0. How do I assign render groups? Because I guess I would have to assign it an extra render group. I have to assign it to multiple materials. Here's where I do it. Asset render groups, render group count plus plus equals group index. How do I get the asset from here? I get it from the material render keys.buffer. Instance ID. Oh my gosh. This is such a tangled web. Do I get this asset up here? No. No, I don't, because these are all the things that aren't instanced up here. Okay. So I'd basically need to put on a material. I would have to... thinking like maybe if I just duplicate things, if it's fine, but I would have to make multiple, I would have to make it distribute to multiple materials from here. If we match on material name, then we don't break, and instead we actually just go through and assign to multiple if we match on material name. I just wonder if this is going to break everything else if I have two materials with the same name. But yeah, this is how I would do it, I guess, with my kind of abstraction, is I would basically make the two material names the exact same. So in this case, both base. And then it goes to both materials. I don't know if that works though, but and then under generate render group, I'm going to assume that if I do this, I'm going to assume that when I do this, what's going to happen is asset render groups, it's going to assign all the render groups to the asset, including the kind of dummy ones for this new material. To the asset render groups. And so when the asset pushes itself to those render groups, it'll push itself to this extra one. It does seem pretty complicated though. Okay, let's try it, I guess. I don't know. I might just like crash just straight up from all this refactoring that we did. I don't really know like if we're gonna even be able to compile. I honestly might have to like come back to this when I have like more brain cells. That's a bad warning up there, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. If I crash, see you guys later. I don't know if this is going to really work, so yeah. Yeah. Set render properties. It was color text. I wonder if I... I don't know why that's... Is that a seg fault? I don't know why that's seg faulting me, because this is, Did I do something dumb here? Did I do something dumb here? No, it's, for color text doesn't equal -1. I wonder if then FBO, if not FBO, return. I don't know what I just typed. Because this can't go out of bounds. It can't go out of bounds, so I don't really know. I just want to see the index here. We're also getting all these 506s otherwise, though, which is not great. We should never be going out of bounds, though, because these are stack allocated arrays, so... Okay, so I was right. The FBO was incorrect. Interesting. Wonder if I think maybe this is... It's supposed to be going to the default frame buffer, and so if it goes to the default frame buffer, then it still needs to go into that function, but obviously color text in that case should be -1. However, we're still getting 506s all up and down, so I think that there's probably something else that's throwing the error in tandem to this. .506. I never get 506s, so that's kind of scary. It's not a 501, it's not a 502. It's kind of horrifying, actually. Okay. So we did fix that, because now we don't need this. Okay. I almost wonder if we're just not creating our frame buffers properly. Yeah, we should pay attention on a init. I kind of want to see if we are creating our frame buffer properly, so that's what I'm going to check now. Should it actually be already up here? Frame buffer incomplete. It's definitely this one. And this is the one with the stencil. So I'm almost wondering if you just turn this to 0 if we're fine. Let me try this. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we have any issues now. No, we don't. Okay, so it's purely... We also have GL error 500s here. Not sure what that's about, but we'll just... Oh, it's probably has to do with the fact that we did this. Okay, so... I'm guessing that this format is wrong or something. Oh, maybe this... Oh, maybe this is GL unsigned bytes. This always makes me laugh. Do you see this? Unsignaled apple? It's just like the funniest thing to me. I don't understand why this is a thing. GL unsignaled apple. What is that for? I just laugh every time I see that. I don't know why that is a thing. I mean, it makes sense why it would be unsigned byte, I guess, since it's index 8. I guess. I don't really understand. I don't understand why it's giving us an error. But to be fair, it is my first time setting up a stencil buffer, so I probably got the formats wrong or something. I might have to step through it and see what gives us the error inside of the initialization. Yeah, frame buffer is still incomplete. Maybe it did this wrong. So stencil count is 2. We go through. We do stencil text I equals stencil params. Gen texture. I'm just going to put this here. I kind of want to like step through it like here and here. What is type again? Type is type. What do you mean? Type is type. Type is type. Of course. My bad. Maybe I'll just do GL RGBA and try that. I don't know. Okay, I obviously did something wrong. Okay, so it's still not working. Hold on, let me... Sorry, I was having a... I would like to say a snack, but it's actually a Pepto-Bismol. My stomach has been really giving me some trouble, apparently, lately. I don't know what is up with it. Yeah, it's giving us 500 and then 502. Is it index 8 not GL and SignBite? Like, am I tweaking here? GL stencil index. Okay, let's try that. Okay, GL, let's try this. GL stencil index, and then GL stencil index 8. Let's try that. That's apparently, I finally found an example. An actually example, finally. Just had to Google the right thing, which was initializing stencil frame buffer attachment. Okay, we're still getting a frame buffer incomplete on the first one. And why is that? And why is that? Let me try just doing... It's strange because this doesn't come up for the second one. Am I going insane here or what? This was the example. I thought that it was saved once I found this example, and I guess not. Huh. It says that I'm doing it correctly. I hope that I don't have a typo somewhere here. Okay, let me try it with 1, I guess. I don't know. I'm looking at it and my code just lines up exactly with what I'm doing. It lines up exactly with what I have, so confused. Five 500 isn't 500 is, yeah, invalid enum. Maybe so the only example I'm seeing has it does a depth and a stencil in one. It kind of is just telling me to use the depth stencil instead, but I feel like I'm gonna have to refactor if I use that. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have to refactor if I use that, unfortunately. Let me try hard coding it just so that we're not I know I'm not going insane. Let me just make sure that I'm not going insane, and if this doesn't work, I mean, then the example I'm looking at is either wrong or I'm hallucinating it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is what the example says. So if I'm failing here, then yeah, I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to make a depth stencil texture, I guess, instead of doing this, because this is apparently not working for whatever reason. And everywhere I look, it's telling me, just make a depth stencil texture. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to give in here, and we're not going to do this, I guess. And that's that. And so, some of this refactoring that we just did makes no sense, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? I think that this goes to depth stencil, and then this is depth stencil. This is depth component 24 stencil 8. Is that what this is? Hold on, I just had this over here. I've got too many tabs. Depth 24 stencil 8. Okay, I have no clue if I have to call GL depth stencil attachment when I bind it. Oh my god, why is this so complex? I don't have any other depth textures, right? Yeah. Okay, listen, we'll just hard code it for now, just so that I can make sure that this works. And we also need to do it when we set render properties. You also need to do this here. Okay. Okay, now we're just getting frame buffer incomplete here. Oh, maybe the type needs to change. Hold on. Oh yeah, it needs to be GL unsigned, unsignaled apple. No, int 24.8 apparently. Okay. I didn't actually read. Okay. We don't have fog. We don't have fog. We don't have fog. Let me see if this is... Let me see if this gets made properly, though. Because it might not get made properly. Yeah, we don't have fog, which either means that the depth texture doesn't get made properly, or that we messed up the refactor on the other end. I'm gonna guess that it's on the other end that the issue is. Actually, let's try and see if this if we're drawing the entity twice. We should be drawing the entity twice on top of itself. I was going to expect it to... Yeah, I don't know. We're also getting GL errors, but yeah. I wonder if I just messed up on down here. Or it's possible that the composite text doesn't work, because we go color text here to 1. Oh, that's where it is. Okay, so this volumetric composite text isn't supposed to be this. We have to search for the frame buffer. This frame buffer, instead of main, is going to be called composite. And then this U texture is going to be composite color text 1. So that's, or dot texture ID. So that's probably what that is. What the issue is there, is that our we weren't compositing the correct texture. How do I test if this is working? This rendering the entity twice on top of itself without like making a whole other shader. I don't know if we can, to be honest. I might just have to make a different shader. Kind of wish that there was a way that I could just like test it right now, though, to make sure that it's a thing. Maybe there is a way. We could like hard code something just to test it. Like when we bind shader program, what we could do is when we pass in uModel, we could check if our render properties are a certain thing. So if G properties dot stencil something, stencil, what is the thing? Yeah, so if our stencil compare func is GL not equal, I guess. Why? Result of comparison of constant 517. What? This isn't a Boolean. What are you talking about? Oh my god, that's a Boolean? What am I talking about? Okay. This is also supposed to be a GL enum, I think. Okay, I don't know what I was smoking there. Okay, glad that I caught that. Set render properties. Let me make sure that this is correct now. Compare func. Okay, I'm just going to try this out, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I need to take a break in a minute here. What time is it? 6. Okay, yeah, our fog is back. Oh, wait. Did I not put anything inside of the comparison? Oh, I didn't put anything inside of the comparison. I wanted to ent TRS. I wanted to kind of like scale it up or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. Okay, I'm going to take a break for like 5 minutes. I need to kind of warm up my coffee. But I'll be back, and then I want to test this and make sure that this is working. I feel like I can just like hard code something here and then test it, but yeah. Okay, so first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to like literally print out. We are submitting. Because I want to make sure that we are submitting from the entity into this second material, or second render group that copies it. So we are submitting. I did get the printout here. I also want to get rid of this color text printout. It's pointless. Okay. Don't we also have to set the GL stencil? Huh. I thought that there was something we had to do with the culling direction, but I guess it's not necessary if it wasn't in the example. Okay. So yeah, so I think we need to scale it up ourselves. Yeah, I think you need to scale it up yourself. I don't really know how to do that, to be honest. I like my idea was just to literally change the TRS. Like I could literally do. How do I change scale? Isn't it just int position? And rotation. And then we want a scale of. Let's just set it to something huge, right? Well, not that big, but yeah, 1.5, 1.5f, 1.5f. And then let's take this TRS and put this as the U model. So mat for new equals, and then we'll set this to pass into here. Okay, and now I want to see if this is working. I want her to draw twice, but one be bigger, because that's how we're going to do the outline. I hope that this just works and it doesn't give me a bunch of trouble. Yeah, sorry, I haven't been talking a lot this stream. I'm just like, you know, not really feeling it. Okay. As let's take a look at what that is. This is a what in the world? Wait, what? Wait, what? What is the value of this? This is a 0205. Okay, well, I mean, we shouldn't be getting a false positive on that anywhere else. I think so. I think we shouldn't be getting a... I mean, maybe? I'm wondering why the edit triangle override got drawn on that with that model. I don't know. I don't know. Let me test something else. Let's see. I'm just going to assume that this is kind of broken if that doesn't work. Dot stencil. Let's try stencil text equals 0 as well. So yeah. What I mean by the we are submitting thing is basically in my engine at the start of every frame, I clear out all of our instances of every asset. And then during the frame, every visible entity, every, active entity basically says, I'm alive, you can render me. That's kind of how culling works. And so I'm trying to have her submit into multiple different render groups instead of just one. But we appear to not be doing that automatically. So I am assuming that there's something architecturally that I forgot about that yeah, I'm not sure. When we submit entities to render group, I think I kind of get what's happening. Try selection. What we need is we need this to have a render offset. Okay. This doesn't have information. Okay, so this render group does not have, it does not have, no, it's not here. It's in render group. This does not have a current offset or current capacity inside of the VBO to draw from. So therefore the draw command is just calling nothing for this render group. And the reason why that is because it needs to copy the other one. It needs to copy the other one. Somehow. I think so. Because it's going to be using the same VBO. It just needs to draw the indices again. How do I copy it though? How do I do this? How do I copy the other render groups offsets? This is quite frustrating. I need to go to the function where we re-upload dirty render groups, and also when we initialize, and we need to set these duplicate render groups. We need to set them with the same current offset. See, here I do it. Here I do it. Okay. I could just literally look for, no, this isn't going to work. Because when we separate into render groups from append call try to draw buffer, when we push this, we're only pushing it to one buffer, and so we never push it to the other buffer, I think, which is correct. It shouldn't be going to two buffers, but we need something for it to be able to copy the data from the other render group. God, how do I do that? That's so convoluted. Search render keys. Yeah, so this only gives you one render group back from the render keys, because we only get one material from the try material ID. The problem is that once we I have an idea. It kind of feels janky, but my idea is kind of that we loop through when we initialize our buffer data, and then when we upload new buffer data. The idea for me is that we nested loop through all of our render groups and match back to materials. If we find that we have different material IDs, but our material names are the same, then we need to copy buffer data from one into the other. The issue is knowing which one to copy from and which one to copy to. Oh, it's brutal. I don't know how to do that. I guess whichever has a buffer allocated inside of it, because the one that doesn't get touched won't have any vertices inside of it. Okay. Do you ever kind of like wonder, like, you know, what the hell am I doing? You know what I mean? Like, just like have one of those moments of like, okay, so wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Wait, hold on. No, we need to do that if Okay, so G0 buffer, so offset, current offset equals G1 current offset, and then the G0 current capacity equals G1 current capacity. And then we want to do this the other way if it's the other way. So basically what this is doing, if I can explain it properly, is that we have these different render groups which are batched. And we send on asset loading in triangles into these buffers for these render groups. However, now what we need to do when we're drawing these new entity outline things is we need to draw a render group, but from a render group with different properties. Basically drawing a duplicate, right? So we make this orphaned render group with these different properties. We have it have the same exact material name. What this does is it allows us on material match to basically say on each entity that gets put into render groups, it says you want to go into these render groups as well. You want to go into all of these render groups, including the ones that don't have a draw buffer, right? And so when we call draw on these orphaned render groups, what we need to have is the actual draw data, which is this current offset and current capacity that indexes the VBO so that it knows what indices to draw, right? So that's basically what all of this is. And hopefully this just works. Hopefully this just works. Hopefully this just works. Famous last words. Famous last words indeed. I want to test something. I want to try doing this without the stencil completely disabled and just see if we can draw the big version of the entity. So let's just not do any of this. Let's just literally do this. Yeah. Because maybe it's the stencil that's messing things up and I don't, and I'm stupid, or I don't know. If it's not the stencil, then we're gonna be in trouble. Okay, now we aren't drawing anything. Moving with her. Strange, you would think that that would, Huh. Oh, interesting. We didn't get the printout now. Oh, you know why we didn't get the printout? Because we have this. How do I do this now? Let's just do this just so that we know what to match on. DP pass until DP pass equals GL replace. I also didn't consider it could be this that's incorrect, but I don't think so because I'm pretty sure that we compose TRS from vectors exactly the same way, and but yeah. Okay, she's huge now. She's huge now. Okay. So that... Okay, but why is it not drawing twice? Why is it not drawing twice? Let's try getting rid of this now. Oh, because this was also GL replace. Okay, well... Yeah. So that's what I thought. Let's check inside of here. Let's do a printout for the current offset and our current capacity for our G current offset, G current capacity. There may be something else that I forgot here. Not sure. Might be something else I forgot. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we aren't getting into here. GL replace. Okay, maybe we were getting a false positive before on that. On getting in here. Maybe we were never getting in here. Huh. Okay. Let's do some testing here, I guess. One when we match, we make our render keys. Okay, let's check here, because this is where we assign the render group. So let's check. I want to see with okay. So let me see the asset name and the group index and the group properties DP pass. Okay. Let's see if we assign into both render groups, and if we don't, then we found our bug. What does this count? Assigning render group for asset index 6 with DP pass this. Material base found optimizing 5. Material base found optimizing 5. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Material optimized batching. We have optimized batching on this? That would explain it. Oh, we do. Oh, they were collapsing into one render group. That's why. Because optimized batching was on. It makes sense why I put optimized batching on, but yeah, we need to not optimize those for this. At least we may have to do some additional logic to make sure that we don't collapse our render groups. Okay, now we're back to this. And we do have the current offset and current capacity. It seems like we have it now. Oh, optimized batching false. Maybe. Maybe both can't be optimized. I think it should only be a problem for the one that's... I don't know. No. Why don't you just work? Why don't you just work? So we officially have I don't think that it was this. That was the issue. I have no clue. I have no clue. When I draw, I'm definitely not using anything else, right? Like I'm not using any other property that wouldn't be that we didn't copy, right? Like we're just drawing arrays, so it should be G vert count. Okay. Okay, let's try that then. Okay, so now we know what else to copy. So, let's go in here and now let's copy. This is probably horrifying to copy this into something that doesn't have a buffer. It's probably really bad, but we're just going to... Hey, nothing bad happens as long as we don't re-upload the buffer right now. There we go. Look at it. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Now of course this isn't ideal, you know, this isn't really you know, great, but in terms of like functionality, we still have to actually code the functionality, but this is what we wanted. So let's go into here, and when we bind shader program, instead of hard coding this, yeah, how do we do this? Let's try this. Let's try just putting this inside of here. And so if we have in our instance an entity ID, we also need to check for another couple of things. We need to check if we are a dummy instance. If we aren't a dummy instance, and if we have an NPC component, I need to figure out if when to basically scale the models up for this, you know? Because the thing is, you can't kind of do that within the shader. Or maybe you can. Maybe you kind of can. I wouldn't know how to do that though. I only know how to compose it from the vectors. I don't know how to scale a transformation matrix just with the scale itself. Let me look up how to do that. Scale transformation matrix. How do I scale it? Multiplies the first 3 columns of the matrix by the scaling factors, with the factors on the diagonal. Okay, understood. So maybe I can just do this in the shader. Maybe we can just do this in the shader. Okay. So this TRS so apparently it's on this diagonal here. It's this diagonal, I think, according to AI overview. It seems about correct though. So hey, what's up, Kiel? How are you doing? So maybe I can do that in the shader. And we are going to have to basically copy this shader, I think. Wait, hold on. No, we don't have to. We don't have to. We don't have to. We don't have to. Entity mesh vert. We are going to take in a uniform int highlight flag and okay. If our mat for model equals uModel, if our highlight flag is 1, which it will say is the red highlight color. I'm doing well. I'm just working on some annoying stuff today. I'm basically doing some stencil buffer stuff where we're trying to make an outline for a character, basically. So it's kind of interesting. So if our highlight flag is 1, then how does this work? How do I access the can I do this? Like, what is the GLSL? How do I do that in GLSL? GLSL matrix indexing. How do I access the individual elements? Okay, it's just oh, okay, so it's just like an array. I want to okay, so second column. Okay, got it. So it's M0 equals M. Okay, so it's M00 equals M00 times 1.5. I want to do this. So it's going to be this, and then so this is going to be 1, and this will be 2. 1, 2, and this is going to be 1, 2. Yeah, because that's diagonal. Okay. So let's try this and see if I'm correct. Let's yeah, let's not even do the highlight flag thing. Let's just do this. Also, this needs to be model. And we have to make sure to use model instead of uModel in all of these cases. I don't really know why I do this multiple times. I have refactored this a couple of times. I also, like, I have hot-loaded shaders, so I'm not even sure why I'm not compiled right now anyway. Hopefully I'm doing this correct. It looks like what. Okay, so that's correct. That's scaled up. That's scaled up. And she should be scaled up as well. It does look like, doesn't it look kind of see? That is it's kind of weird. Obviously, this isn't correct. I'm assuming, because when viewed from a certain direction, it she just flattens out completely. That's interesting. That's kind of trippy, man. That's funky. Whoa, that's so cool. Definitely not what we were going for. But yeah, it's like she almost like exists in 2D. It's like trippy. It's like everything kind of has a fisheye lens to it in some sense. It's strange. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of, it's very interesting. Okay, so obviously not doing this correctly. I might not just be able to I might not be able to just scale it. By the way, I'm just like doing some overall just looking at this right now. Maybe maybe I is this 2D? This is like 3D math. I'm trying to, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to scale up the model matrix just in the shader. Which honestly I should probably just look up just that, to be honest. Oh, maybe I just have to multiply that times Yeah, let's try to do that. Let's try to do that. Let's try, instead of doing this, let's try to multiply it straight up. So let's try, I think you go equals 0, 0, mat 4, 0, 0, and then you want to set the diag. So this is going to be scale. So this is going to be this, right? Because we're going on the diagonal scale, and then you want also scale 3, 3 equals, we'll just do everything 1.5, or no, this is going to be 1, and then this is 1.5, and then we're just going to multiply them together. I think that that's what I'm supposed to be doing. So this, and then model equals model times scale. Yeah. And let me reload the shader, I guess. So this is going to be our entity mesh reload shader. Okay, and let's see if we got it correct. It did change a bit. Okay, yeah, this looks correct. This looks correct. It does look a little bit funky, doesn't it? Does look a little bit funky when she's walking. Yeah, not entirely convinced, but at the end of the day, this is only going to be used for an outline anyway. So, okay. Okay. So, now what we want to do, I'll find quick information from ChatGPT. That's alright. I'm alright with that. So if our highlight flag is 1, well, we won't even worry about the highlight flag. I just kind of, oh yeah, so when we submit into this, we need to make sure that we are the ones that need to, honestly, we could probably hard code this and get away with it. I think that that's what we're gonna do. What is spawn new NPC components? Does this just do a default? Spawn new NPC components. Spawn new NPC component. What does this do? Yeah, it just has an empty NPC component. So there's no way for me to flip the flag otherwise. Okay, let's not even worry about the flag, but let's go to the bottom and go to our second pass here, and then let's yeah, I need a way on this second pass to, we can use the DPP pass, the DP pass. So if our ent NPC component and stencil, no, properties dot stencil DPP pass is GL replace, then we will set this U component flag, but I just want to set it to 1. U component flag. And then that's what we're going to use in our shader. Am I still? Oh, we should still be compiled, to be honest. Okay, so if U component flag is 1, then we just want color.rgb to equal red. Which is going to be our outline. If component flag is equal to 1, okay. And we are setting that up as equal to 1 over there. Okay. Let's just give this a compile, and then if this works like I am intending it to, then oh wait, hold on a second. We also need to check that flag over here. Uniform int U component flag, and then we only want to be doing this if U component flag is 1. Because we only want our outline to be bigger if we're drawing the outline. Okay. So after that works, then I will try the stencil buffer thing again. I've been nursing this coffee since like 1, and now it's like 8. Do you think that I'm going to get sick from the milk in it? I hope not. I certainly hope not. You aren't red. You aren't red. Sir, you are not red. I wonder if this, U component flag. I'm sure that I'm U component flag is... I should have probably like reloaded the shader instead of just like GL replace stencil DPP pass U component flag 1. Is there something dumb that I forgot here? I don't know. Let me try if just if we have a stencil DPP pass. Yeah, this was working before because we had this here and this was working before. Let me just move this down here just to make sure that we're getting into this still. Hey guys, to you. List 3 in table of contents 112. I also wonder what this debug is. UI debug. Yeah, I think that's a buffer that's getting that's getting flagged dirty again and again every frame, and I just I guess that's the thing. Okay. Okay. Now everything's just red. It's kind of sick, to be honest. But we should see a not red version of these things, to be honest. Let's take a look here. We are submitting current offset, current capacity. I did see the printout. My terminal is unfortunately lagging, so we don't see it right now, but I don't understand. So if U component flag is 1, then we do that. I'm confused why it's always 1 and why it wouldn't just be initialized to 0. Unless GL replaces is coming back as we should be matching on UID instead, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, we are submitting current capacity, current offset. It does seem to only be the same current capacity and current offset. You know what I should have done? I should have just did else we set it to 0. Because I'm afraid that this is just getting uninitialized, like this flag is just getting a 1 when it should be a 0. Basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to say that, you know, during this one stencil pass, I just want this one thing to be a 1 and otherwise be a 0 when we go into the shader. Not that complicated, but apparently it's too much for me. Okay, that seemed to... Okay, there we go. Exactly like we want. Okay, so... Of course, that is like a little bit too much, and of course we also need to disable depth testing and do the stencil thing. So now that this works, we need to... the idea is to only scale it up a tiny bit. Also, I am kind of like... I don't really understand why... I guess... What needs to happen is that we need to recenter the position when we scale it up, and I don't know how to do that. Like, it seems like she just gets taller, you know, instead of just like it going in both directions. Like, I don't know why it's specifically in this direction though. In Z, it's not in, like in X or Y, she kind of just like grows, but in Z, if we go below the floor, we can kind of just like see that she's just like anchored to the same bottom spot. Instead of just like going from the center. So I wonder if that's specifically something with how model matrices work, and we might just have to recorrect for that. I guess, yeah, I have to look at the matrix math again to try and figure that out. Anyway, so that seems to be like the only problem with it. Otherwise, it seems to work perfectly fine. But yeah, she does seem to grow way more in the Z direction, and and doesn't center. So what we can do is we can figure out how much she grows in the z direction and then push the model matrix down by half of that amount or something like that. So I think that that's what we're gonna do. Hopefully that works properly. I could have probably done that and just reloaded the shader though and tested that out, but I have to look. Unfortunately, we have to go back to the spatial transform thing and take a gander. Right, so we need to set this up, and then TZ in this case. Yeah, I don't understand because this should already be scaling around a point rather than from the bottom. What build tool do I use? Like CMake. I don't use a build tool. I use my own combination of shell scripts and stuff. I have used CMake for other things though in the past, but I don't really see a need right now. Maybe if I like release a binary, I'll like properly do a CMake thing, but I don't see the need right now. Okay, well this is just using GLM. I don't need GLM. I want to figure out how to applies the same scaling factor to all axes. This is what I want to do. Okay, so we can't just multiply the scale after, is what I'm realizing, according to this. Because you need to multiply the scale times the rotate. You need to do the TRS in that order, or else it doesn't work. So, hey, what's up, Distortions? So, we can't just... I don't think that we can actually just do it in here. I don't think that we can just do it in here. Which is fine, I guess. We can just, like... For right now, we can just literally kind of hard code it, because we already are switching on this. For those who are just joining us, what I'm working on right now is I'm working on this kind of like specific thing where I'm trying to get like a red highlight around enemies and a green highlight around friendly NPCs. So what we're doing is we're trying to basically scale up a model matrix for the outline pass and not for the regular pass. And I think we just need to build another model matrix because we can't just multiply because of how whatchamacallit, unfortunately, because of how matrix multiplication works, we can't just do it the easy way. So that sucks. That sucks. But what do you know? What do you know? It sucks. So that's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna pass this new model matrix, and so basically what we want to do is we want to do ent scale.x times 1.1f. Yeah. So us building a new model matrix instead of doing this in the shader will make it so that we no longer have like buggy, you know, like this sort of thing. We won't have buggy, weird angles looking like that, you know. And yeah, this should just work. Hopefully this just works, and then we can go back and take a look at stencil buffers, etc. Let me know if the music is okay, volume wise. Okay. So this looks like it has the same exact issue, actually. Seems like it grows more in the Z direction than it does, you know, it just goes upwards. It doesn't huh. See, it stays. Interesting. It's one of these things where you just wish it worked. Never could get OpenGL to compile. Believe it or not, I mean, compared to a lot of other things I've had to deal with, it hasn't given me that much difficulty in terms of, you know, setup. Yeah, it looks like, God, how do I do this? Because it's only in the Z direction. Like it's so strange because the X and Y look fine. Okay, so let's do this. So let's get a DZ equals ent scale dot Z times 1.1f minus int scale dot Z, and then let's try to change this position by that and then past that. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to take how much we're scaling her in the Z direction and then push her back down by half of it. Hopefully that's in the same units as world units. Hard code as hell. When I tried to learn C++, I just tried to use their example program template for like opening a terminal that didn't even compile. Yeah, I'm not sure. All I had to do was, you know, you get the DLL and you kind of just pop that in, and I can't really remember the setup for it now. You also might have to use a wrapper, like I use GLEW. Maybe that helps a bit. Okay, let me see what this looks like. I mean, this seems... so it obviously pushed her down a little bit, but it's way too small. It's way too small. It's not even at all. Or maybe it is. You know what I'm kind of realizing? If I scale her up, then like this is just going to be her arms are just going to kind of come out like that, and I don't want that to be the case. I don't see why you need to scale the actual vectors. Am I making a custom game engine built from scratch? Yes, I am. We need to scale the actual vectors because we need to scale the model matrix so that it appears differently on the screen. Yeah. I could try a couple of different things. I could try not scaling it at all and then just doing the stencil thing. Like if we get the stencil thing working, maybe we don't need to scale it at all, because if we scale it, it's just going to basically go out from the center and it will not actually get the outline in the middle like we want it to. And so maybe if we just, you know, and then the second idea is maybe we draw it twice, we like shift it left a little bit and then shift it right a little bit. It's possible. Well, your model scale and world scale is different, so maybe it's not being projected correctly. No, it has nothing to do with that. My model scale and world scale are the same. The issue is the behavior that I want is not, you know, if you scale something from the center, right, then it'll go off to the side. But what you really want with something like this is for it to be an outline around, okay? Right? So, what we're going to have to end up doing is the stencil thing, and I think we're going to just have to shift it up left and then down right, and then just draw in the stencil twice. Yeah, so that's what we're going to try to do. But the first step to that is getting the stencil stuff working. So that's what I'm going to do. So it's time to actually try all of the stencil stuff that we had commented out to try and get the duplication working. And this is copied straight from the OpenGL example. I haven't really touched stencil buffers before. But yeah. Okay, so stencil text actually does nothing because we're using the depth texture. Also, this pass should not be depth testing at all. Yeah, so you don't want, or wait a second. You want the, no. I forget. I forget if you do or you don't. Hold on, let me see the example. What did they do? They turned off depth testing for it specifically. But then I'm kind of worried about how you would not see it. You would see it through walls, wouldn't you? Okay, well, let's just try to see what it gets on the screen first. Yeah. This GL stencil mask goes to 0, and over here it's supposed to be at 1 because we're, yeah. Okay, so let's give this a try. Is this NeoVim? This is actually Helix. It's similar. It's less customizable, but it does have like multiple cursor support and stuff. It's pretty cool. It's also pretty fast on my really bad computer. Okay, so we are seeing it through the wall, which is what I was worried about. Okay. We're supposed to see her. Are we even drawing her? Doesn't look like we are. Strange. To be honest, I haven't tested any of this stuff before, so maybe I'm doing something wrong. Let me read this again. So when we draw the thing, we want stencil mask 1. We want jail always. Yeah. Jail not equal. Gosh, I'm super laggy. Yeah, I'm just kind of reading this. I haven't really played around with this stencil stuff, but apparently this is the way I was supposed to do it, so I'm trying to figure out how to do it. Gosh, I'm so laggy. I mean, this is pretty much exactly the example word for word, I think. If my implementation is correct, which we can check that as well. Yeah, let's take a look. Or just trying to outline. I'm doing a stencil. So basically, when we draw the first instance of the model, we are writing to the stencil buffer, and then we are reading from it here. So yeah. Let's see where we set render properties, and let's make sure that we are. Let's make sure that we're clearing the stencil buffer bit, which would be at the first pass. Yeah, we do clear it. That is true. Yeah, we do clear it. What do you mean, is this the main loop? This is a part of the main loop. This is a bit of the main loop of my rendering, yeah. This is like part of my abstraction. I'm just making sure that my abstraction looks exactly like it should. Let us make sure that when I am drawing everything else, that our stencil mask is, well, all of this is actually calyxed, so it is 0, 100%. It is calyx, so all of this should be 0 already. It seems to work properly. It just we're overwriting the model. So I almost wonder if you have to keep depth testing on. I thought that was the whole point of the stencil, though, is that it would go behind. Maybe we do need to play with this culling, because we didn't touch this culling. We didn't actually implement it because it wasn't in the example that I was looking at, but apparently you can also do there's something that I was reading about this GL front and back. Would that be a depth issue? The whole point of the stencil, though, is that you aren't drawing on top of the the thing that you stenciled out. That's kind of the whole point, though. You know, the whole point is not depth testing it. That's why in the OpenGL example they disable depth testing, because it's supposed to draw behind it, basically. Yeah, the issue is that we aren't drawing even, I mean, it isn't even a depth issue, it's just we aren't drawing her anymore when we have this enabled. I wonder if it's this GL replace, maybe? Action to take if both the stencil and depth test pass. Yes, I'm clearing all the buffers. Yes, I'm clearing all the buffers. At the beginning of the frame, yes, I clear all the buffers. To be honest, I don't know how any of this works with this stencil stuff, so I'm kind of... Let's try stencil test 0 on it. And just write to the stencil instead of testing against it. I am definitely clearing it here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unless I wrote this wrong. I didn't do another case here. I need another case. I need another case. But I mean, this case isn't actually relevant for us, but it is a case nonetheless. it is a case nonetheless. Okay, let's test this with the testing off, but the mask on. And let's go back to GL replace. I think that GL replace this is correct. I think that the reason why we aren't drawing her is because we're testing against something that I don't know. It is 100% clearing, but I mean, actually this makes sense. Actually this makes sense. No, it kind of doesn't make sense though. Doesn't make sense actually. Yeah, I'm aware of the example, you know. I'm working off of the example. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the help, but like this is kind of like every day of my life, you know, you run into bugs and then you slowly work through them and then figure out what it is, you know. It's not like I was just, you know, it's not like it's not like 40,000 lines just like came to me. You know, it takes kind of time of trying things out. Yeah, I mean, even when we're depth testing, we're still, I think as soon as we turn stencil mask on here, this breaks it for whatever reason. Yeah, I think that it's the stencil mask that's breaking it. Because if I turn that stencil mask off, even if we aren't stencil testing, this stencil mask... Oh, you know what? Maybe that is what it is. Maybe it's stencil mask 0 test 1. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Oh, no. No, because this mask is just supposed to be when you're writing, right? So unless I'm messing this up somehow, that should be correct. It should be test and then mask. I wonder what specifically it is. Oh, wait a second. I'm being super dumb. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. So what was happening was we have a bug in our code here. During... So basically both of the, yeah. So we were switching on this, which no longer is a reliable place to switch on, for the kind of this hard-coded thing that we were doing. That's why. Now we should do this just to test it. Yeah, I forgot about that. Now let's match back up with this. So func mask 0. Yeah, so let's make sure to put this as GL replace. Everything else looks, this should be 1, I believe. The mask is on. And then you set mask to off and still test. Okay, so let me test this now. The stencil getting turned off. Yeah, what was happening was we were our model was getting sent to both of the passes instead of just the correct one. Okay, so this is interesting. So still not quite there. I think we made progress though. I wonder why you turn masking off. Oh, I guess you don't want to write to it, but still. Maybe I am right and you don't want a stencil test here and you just want a mask. You really just want to write to it and not test against it. Yeah, I mean, maybe you do need a depth. It shouldn't need depth testing because the whole point is the stencil should take care of that. The stencil should take care of that. Okay, so let's walk through it. I kind of want to wonder if this this needs to be somewhere else. I feel like once you set it, it should just like stay, but maybe not. Maybe we should hard code it somewhere. Maybe at the top of the. Maybe just like put it there. To be honest, while we're working on this, since this doesn't change at all. GL keep. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we have. So, unless there's something that I'm missing. Hold on a second. Let me check that. Render properties. And compare func is definitely what we use, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Set the stencil function to not equal to make sure that we're only drawing parts of the containers that are not equal to 1. Maybe this isn't, I mean, it should just be that. Should be the exact same thing. This should be exactly the same as this. It doesn't have stencil masking as a, or actually, no, it does. It does. I mean, it should be doing the exact same thing that a depth test does. The stencil value is replaced with the reference value set with GL stencil func. And that's... Okay. If the depth test and... Yeah, I'm really trying. I think that the key to understanding it is really this this keep replace thing. Both the stencil and depth test pass. Maybe I am supposed to depth mask this. And just not depth test it. But still write to depth. Yeah, I have depth testing off for the stencil. I absolutely 100% am clearing it, right? Like, I 100% am calling this. This should just get called once on over here. Oh, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. This is 0 initialized in my abstraction, and that can't be 0 initialized. It has to be -1 initialized so that we don't clear it to 0. The reason why this is like that is because I use this directly to as a or I was using it as a value to clear it to. So if it was 0, then we clear it to 0. So yeah, so that's what this does, is this clear stencil equals 0. Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening actually. We were clearing the stencil buffer every single iteration. At every single point in every iteration. We were permanently clearing it to 0. So that's the bug, I think. And that would completely make sense, to be honest, because that would be why we were never writing to the stencil and it was always coming true instead of just outlining. Yeah, the stencil shouldn't matter for that pass. Because none of these none of those use the stencil, so I doubt that clearing it will matter. But maybe, yeah, I think just clear it once a frame. The reason why those all clear depth is, I don't know, it's kind of to overlay things properly. Okay, so that should be it. Let me just match up exactly again so that I'm not going to lose my mind. So 1-1 test mask, always keep replace. 1, we are not going to neither of those. Stencil test 1, right? Because of the func, and then mask 0. Okay. Now let's give that a shot. I'm kind of worried, even if it does work though, that depth testing is going to be off. So I don't know how we're going to actually deal with that going through walls. I might have to do it on a separate frame buffer after all, to be honest. Oh, it looks like it looks like that wasn't the bug after all. Looks like that wasn't the bug after all. Yeah, now we're 100% clearing it. %. This will get called once a frame. I have to get rid of this. We are submitting current offset thing. Unless there was something that I missed here, but all of this should... It should just clear it at the beginning for the main frame buffer. Should really just get rid of this, to be honest. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that was getting a 0 and then it was attaching a stencil attachment that doesn't exist. Because we are only using depth stencil and not an actual stencil attachment. So maybe that was it. It's probably a stupid bug like that. Because I am doing everything exactly the same. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. This seems to be working properly, except... What was it? It was that I had a rogue line of code here that binds a stencil texture, but this was 0 initialized here, so we were binding nothing instead of the depth texture. It was overwriting it. Still is kind of interesting that it's not rendering all the time. That's pretty funny. Interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily an occlusion bug. I think I'm kind of worried it might be the resolution, actually. We have a lot of downscaling and upscaling that happens within the engine. So yeah, I'm kind of worried about that, but hopefully it's not that, because that would kind of suck, but that would really suck. So let's try turning off I wonder if this attachment is initialized correctly. Let's take a look at that before we lose our mind here. Nearest. The way it's happening, it looks like, based on the viewing angle, we're writing to it wrong. So I'm always wondering if this might be something in here that we can do. Are we early outing? We aren't. Let me make sure that we early out here. Make sure that we're early outing in the frag shader. Because we are at such a low resolution that something like that could cause some bugs with it. It's strange how it starts off working and then it stops, actually. You know what I think it is? I think that we aren't clearing the stencil somehow. Because it starts off working and then it stops working. Like now it just doesn't work. But when we start off, it works. Huh. That's very strange behavior for it to happen like that. Yeah, I think it's writing to it and then it just runs out of space, basically. That's very strange, but yeah, it seems like it stops working actually, which is weird. And we are clearing it every frame for sure, 100%. Maybe GL stencil mask doesn't do what I think it does. GL stencil mask that is ANDed with the stencil value about to be written to the buffer. Yeah, it works like depth masking. Each bit is 0. I wish that there was a way to... Honestly, what I want to kind of do is just like... just... I kind of want to debug it, like, just, like, do a huge thing and then see... Maybe it does need to be cleared somewhere else. Maybe I need to put this to 1.0 here. I don't know. Yeah, the fact that it starts off working and then it doesn't work after is so strange. I wonder what could be causing that. Yeah, see? It stops working. It's almost like the closer... Or maybe now it's... No. Yeah. Actually, you know what it might be? I think we might be drawing over it with something else. Because we don't write it to depth. Hold on. That might be what it is. If I depth test and depth mask it, I think that this will work. You know what? We're probably. Oh, yeah, that's probably what it is. It's my volumetric fog. That's probably what it is. That's why it works in some places and it doesn't work in other places. I am probably. My fog probably breaks it. Yeah, see now it's not gonna work. Strange. Seems like eventually it just stops working altogether, so. Yeah, they turned depth testing off, but it doesn't seem to matter. Trying to figure out what the shape is in the middle that's... Interesting. Maybe that was it. Is that a typo? I am doing this clear, right? I think I am. Oh, I still have this over here. I think I am doing this clear, right? Yeah. No, yeah, it still stops working in the middle. It's whatever she like covers gets broken essentially. Which doesn't make sense because we are clearing it. It almost looks like we aren't clearing it, but we are clearing it. We are clearing it. I wonder if we aren't. This has a dummy instance, though. I don't know. Even with depth testing a depth mask on, it still isn't working, and it definitely isn't my volumetric fog. It appears that we are I'm at the point of wondering, like, maybe we are clearing the wrong thing. We all have color depth text equals 1, so we definitely are going to the right thing. Now that just removed it completely. Because everything is writing to the stencil then. No, there's nothing else. It looks like we aren't clearing it. Maybe... Oh. Okay. Let me try that. That's apparently what it says, is that you have to mask it to 0 before you clear it, because then you're just going to clear it to 1. But we shouldn't be clearing it to 1. I don't know. Something isn't clearing somewhere, for sure. No, yeah, this is still wrong. Because this is now going to, yeah. What's strange is why it works through the gun, kind of. There's also this, like, I'm seeing this online about this also. I don't think that this is a thing, though, to be honest. It's strange because we clear this at the same exact time when we clear our depth buffer. So why is it not clearing? Why can't anything be like simple? Like why? Why does it have to be so complicated? Once a frame, we are clearing the stencil. We are. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Before they loop, they set the stencil mask to 1 actually. Yeah, I don't understand. When they loop and they clear it, they go this. They do this. Which doesn't make any sense to me. But this is what happens before they loop. And after they call... Yeah, that's what they set before they loop. I don't know if that does anything, though. Okay, now we're not seeing anything. That's exactly their code, though. That is what they do on loop, is they do this. I mean, unless the reference code here is wrong. You know what I'm wondering about? Hold on. I just had a kind of an idea here. What about... Does that need to be enabled? Does that need to be enabled? I don't know. don't know why they set it to 1 at the end. Is this doing the same thing? I can't tell. Yeah, it's doing the same thing. Yeah, it's doing the exact same thing. Yeah, same issue. Yeah. Dude, this is such a bummer. This is just such a bummer. I just don't understand what the problem is. Like, why is it not? It's acting like it isn't clearing it. Like, you know, it's like that's what it looks like. It looks like it isn't clearing the thing. But we're clearing it every single time. I don't know, I assume that I'm just doing something wrong, But my code looks exactly like the example. Like, you know? It also is, it's just super strange that they set their thing to 1 here and their stencil mask to 1 at the end. Like, why? Why is that the case? Why do that? I don't understand it. It almost looks like they're trying to clear it to 1. Which, I thought that you clear it to 0 and then set it to 1 when you draw. Yeah, see, now we're not writing to the stencil at all. Yeah, now we just aren't writing to the stencil at all. Wait, but wouldn't that mean that none of it should be appearing? Hold on. I feel like eventually I'm just going to try something and then it's just going to work randomly at this point. Oh, maybe the issue is that we never enabled stencil test. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it wasn't working at all. But yeah, we definitely are supposed to be clearing to 0. That's pretty much obvious. What time is it? Aren't I? Oh god, it's 10. I was supposed to make dinner and eat. By the way. Okay. Progress. Okay, this works now. But why is she dark as can be? Why is she filled with darkness? Why? What did I do now? Okay, we got it to work. Hold on. I don't know why we got it to work. Probably something with this. But now why does she not have color? I have no clue. Why would that happen though? That's so confusing. I think the trick, for whatever reason, was turning GL enable for GL stencil test on for the entire frame. And not turning it off and on again. I think for whatever reason, after this pass, you need to call this with GL always. Otherwise you overwrite it with black. Okay. Okay, it's finally working. Holy shit, dude. That took forever. That literally took forever. Holy shit. Yeah, it was just something random that fixed it. I don't really know why it fixed it, but it did fix it. So, Um, it's not perfect. It is kind of cool though. It isn't perfect. But it does work. It does work now. Okay, this does work. So what we learned, I guess, is that I don't really know what we learned, to be honest. Apparently, you need to have stencil testing on permanently. You can't just turn it off and on and off and on again for whatever reason. I don't really understand why that's the thing, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that's a thing. But that's why you have to do this, is because you need to set it to GL always after and at the start of a frame. And the only time you set it to GL not equal is when you do your outline, I guess. Quite painful to figure that out, not gonna lie. Did take a long time. I still don't really understand why it works like it works. I feel like it would be a lot easier if it worked in a different manner. But hey, I'm not here to. I'm not here to criticize. I'm just glad that it works. I'm just glad that it finally works. So, yeah, man. Graphics programming. Ah, the beauty of graphics programming. Okay, so it isn't like a perfect outline. What I kind of wanted was for it to be a proper like outline, and this isn't a proper outline, obviously. How you would do that would probably be, you'd probably do two of these, and then you shift one to the left and up, and then one to the right and down, I guess. How would I do that? Because you wouldn't actually change the position of the model. You'd almost change the position of the fragment, no? Okay, well, I'm glad that that's over. Yeah, instead of changing the scale, what we would do is change the position just slightly. I kind of wish that we didn't have to hard code it though, and that's what I'm kind of like thinking about in the back of my head. Also, we should turn depth testing on now that we got this working. I want to shift the position in one direction for one and then in the other direction for the other pass. And so now I'm kind of wondering... wondering how to do that. Yeah, I don't want to hard code it, but I kind of just want to get this, you know, I just want to like test this out, so I'm just going to hard code it for now. Oh, we don't even have the sword on here, do we? What do we have on here that I could use even? I feel completely brain dead right now. You would have to get the material, unfortunately. We are hard coding it that seriously. I want my pause.x to be like 0.05f, and then we do, yeah, so let's just add it to like this, and then we just subtract it in the other pass. Yeah, let me try this. Instead of scaling it up, we should just like shift it left and right a little bit. Okay. It's only showing 1, not 2. There should be the one on the right as well. Do we just not get in here if, I wonder, I don't think that we get in here. I don't think that we get in there. So why are we getting sent to one but not the other? No, we're definitely only getting in there once because we would draw twice anyway. Unless we're somehow pointing to the same material, but I doubt it. Let's see. Sort. Oh, hold on. It's actually, I was wrong. This is, that's that. That's a different sort. That's the wrong sort. That's not my sort of thing. Get sorted. I'm gonna sort you out. Okay, so this is obviously like really, really ridiculous, the amount, of course, but yes, so this is correct. You want this to be like 0.0005 or something like ridiculous. Well, not maybe that small, but yeah, something like this along these lines. We've been listening to the same 31 songs on repeat all day. So I think it's like at that point where it's like driving me insane, you know? Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Exactly. Exactly like that. I'm happy with it. There are some aliasing issues, but yeah. There's some anti-aliasing problems. I mean, the main issue is that, to be honest, we do this at PS1 resolution, so hoping for no aliasing issues is kind of impossible to some degree. So I'm happy with it. If you're happy with it, are you happy with it? Let me know. Let me know in the comments below. Okay. Now I guess the proof of concept would be loading 2in and then having one green and one red, which we can try to do that. I don't think that we have like proper instancing those set up for animations. I still have to kind of figure that out now. Like if I just make another one, will it work? I wonder. I guess only way to find one way to find out, right? Yeah, I have no clue. I think it won't work, to be honest, because this goes this goes straight to instance data, asset ID, skin ID, instance data, asset ID goes to gltf instances.buffer, instance data, skin ID. And so we are using this skin rather than per instance data. Which is unfortunate. My Discord link isn't working, really? Oh shit. I'll give you a thingy majig right here. Sorry about that. I don't know why that is. I will drop you one right now. That's so strange because I did the thing where I copy one that lasts forever, and for whatever reason it didn't last forever. So thanks for letting me know. Didn't last forever. Like all good things, it didn't last forever. Yeah, instead of going to GLT instances, we would have to go... Every time we create a new asset instance, we have to duplicate this data, I think. And then make it appear somewhere, I think. Yeah, because when I do my per frame transforms for all my animations and scuff, well, kind of scuff, we do it for all of my C nodes and matrices, but this is for all of our instance node count. But yeah. We need to actually kind of duplicate that data every time we yeah, because these local and global matrices are changed via animations and stuff, so each instance needs its own nodes and all that good stuff. So I have this kind of instance structure arena thing. Um, but basically all this does is it literally just like clears out our instances. What it doesn't do is it doesn't handle any of this like stuff. Yeah, and this isn't going to be render data. This has to be like during runtime stuff that's just kind of floating around. And it's not necessarily per entity, although it could end up being per entity. Honestly, we should make it per entity. It would make our lives so much easier if we just made it per entity. You know, like each entity owns its nodes and its skins and its etc. It would just make it so much easier for us. So at least for now, I think that we should just do that. Yeah. And so what that would look like is when we spawn new asset instance, we would make an entity and copy the asset node structure into the entity itself. And instead of like having all this skin node ID, instance ID thing that we're pointing to, instead we just own the nodes ourselves. And then when we compute our transforms, we just simply iterate through all of our entities. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Probably what I'm gonna do. So what do I need to do that? What do I need to do? We would I really want to avoid mallocing during runtime, but we already are. We don't have to malloc this, to be honest, during runtime. We can do something more fancy later. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe just for speed, we kind of just want to do it quick and dirty for now, just to get the proof of concept working. What all would we need? We have a GLTF instance which has animations. We don't need to copy see, this is the thing, right? Is that we want to copy nodes and skins. Skin ID, asset ID, root ID. What is the point of a skin ID on a thing with skins? Huh? What is this? What was I smoking there? I'm not really sure. Yeah, my idea was to kind of just like copy the node and skin structure, but now I'm realizing that this also, the render groups that we're supposed to be assigning into, we also copy this, don't we? I'm pretty sure we do. No. We just reference that. We just go back to the asset for that. And we go back to the asset for animations too, I'm guessing. And then when we play them, we just are going to affect our own nodes and skins. but we need our own nodes and skins on us. Okay. Okay, lock in. 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 Okay, we're locking in. Entity. We're gonna go here and we're going to set up I have a feeling that I'm about to write some code that I'm going to live to regret. We're just going to literally, for now, okay, we can worry about the efficiency of this later, but we are going to have to basically do this anyway. We can malloc memory at, you know, initialization, all that good stuff. We can figure that out later. I'm literally just going to, like, just do the code right now. Okay, I'm going to do the code, and it's just going to be the code, unfortunately. Yeah, I feel bad about this whole Discord thing, man. How did I not know that? I mean, to be fair, like, if I was, like, pulled up to a stream and was chilling out and whatever, I probably wouldn't tell the guy, you know, your Discord, you know, I just would feel very awkward, you know? So I completely get it. I completely get it, right? Why I wasn't made aware, I completely understand. Okay. I like this type of coding, you know? Where I'm just like, I don't really care about. It's good, it's good. I like coding like this where you're just kind of okay. So we copied the skins and copied the nodes. Now when we update our skin matrices per frame, we have to update them per entity instead of per asset. So how we do that is we just literally replace this line. Literally just replace this line with just our entities. Yeah, just literally our entities, and then we will just get our we will get our nodes from our entity node. So Yeah, sorry. I feel like I haven't been very entertaining today. I've just been kind of like, doing the code type of thing. It's kind of what I do. Okay, so this is going to be the end nodes now. We are going to go based on the end node count. Okay. Is it that simple? Is it really this simple? I feel like it shouldn't be this simple, but hey. When we update our skin matrices, we also want to go per entity. And then we will get a entity pointer end. Ant skin count, ant skins, ant nodes with the joints. Okay. Oh, you know what I'm realizing? We can't just mem copy the things. We can't actually do that. That's unfortunate that we can't do that, but yeah, we can't unfortunately just do that. It's not that simple. It's just not that simple. Because what's inside of a node? Yeah, these, and then inside of a skin also has these, I guess. Where are these pointing to? Where are these pointers? Where are these pointers? What? Huh? Oh, because the skin has multiple final mats. Okay, but how many? I guess the amount of final mats that we have actually corresponds to how many joints we have. So I kind of answered that question for myself. Okay, so basically we need to do exactly what we do here. Just less complicated. I promise it's less complicated. Because we already have these animation indices, okay? We already have all these shenanigans. Absolutely already have this. For skins, though, we need to do all of this kind of like allocation goodness that's happening here. Yeah, we need to just like copy this, dude. That's some good code that we're gonna just yank into here, okay? Boom. Love to see it. Now we're gonna go doc. What's up, doc? Boom. Asset. Boom. Okay, now let's read through it and make sure that I'm not griefing here. So we get our joint count. We get our joints. We malloc Okay. We mem copy from the asset skins joints. Yes. The inverse bind matrices to the joint count. We copy those as well. Then for whatever reason, I decided that calc was a good idea here. Oh no, that does make sense. You want to calc that at the end because those aren't filled in yet. And then you stir copy the name. And then this is just us doing that. Okay. Never had a doubt, never had a doubt. Now we need to do the same portion of code, but for the nodes, for where we node it up. Also kind of want to make sure we're calcing these because I calc it there, and usually I do things with a purpose in mind, and so knowing me, I probably did that for some reason that I'm not going to remember now, but I should probably be doing that instead. Just doing a lot of allocation today, all over the place. We'll fix it later. Maybe when my beard is a bit longer. You know, I kind of like had this whole thing where like I like back when I started the engine, right? I cut my beard, right? And I was like, yeah, when I finish this engine, I want to like see how big my beard is, so I won't cut it until I finish it. Yeah. That did happen. That did happen. And now my my beard is quite incredibly large, believe it or not. Believe it or not, I have quite a large beard now. And I don't think anybody can take that away from me, you know? What else do we need here? This isn't important. Animation buffer, animation indices. Okay, yeah, we need animation indices. Okay. We're just gonna do like a little bit of, you know, flipping the script here. Animation indices count equals assets skins dot animation indices count, and then we will set mem copy here for our animation indices and skins. No, this is the asset skins. Bozo. Animation indices. We are going to set this to the size of I'm pretty sure that this is like properly what we're supposed to be doing. We're just doing a bit of mem copying there. We of course want to do all of this good stuff. Just a little bit of making sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, because I feel like that would be painful if I shot myself in the foot. Don't you? Okay. I think that this is everything that's inside of here that needs to be inside of here. I think other than that, we seem pretty solid. Solid like a rock, you know? Yeah, so here we are also going to have to stir copy the behavior. Please tell me that I have like a flag for this or something. Yeah, sure. Let's just do that. Just doing a little bit of a stir copy into here. You know, no big deal. Just another day's work. Okay. What else do we need in here? Global matrix, local matrix. We already do this malloching the children. Mesh UID. Translation, rotation, parent, scale, blah, 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 blah. We already said all this stuff, right? Yeah, we already said it equal. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it looks correct to my eyes, and me having notably bad eyes, I'm probably missing something in all of this. But hey, we won't worry about it. No, we won't worry about it at all. Okay, so when we update our scene nodes, this seems to work fine. When we update our scene node, that seemed to work fine. Yeah, it seemed to work fine. Yeah, all of this looks good. All of that looks solid. Now when we bind our skin, we are not going to go to instance data asset ID. No. You've got this all wrong, mister. This goes to entity ID, actually, believe it or not. And we are just going to get the entity from here. And then just go straight into the skins. Get the skin ID. Okay. Is this just it? Is this just it? If instance data asset ID is less than our asset ID isn't even being used, by the way. I don't know if you weren't aware. If our skin ID is less than the skin count. No, you've got this all wrong. You've got this all wrong. No. Here's what we want to do. Here's what we want to do. If our entity ID is less than our for now, we're just doing this way, okay? And now if our skin ID is less than, now we get the entity. If it's less than the skin count of that, yeah, of that entity, then we're solid. Then we can go inside and get that. And yeah. Okay. I have no clue if any of this is gonna work. Yeah, I've got zero clue if this is gonna work. Dude, imagine if it just works and we don't segfault right now. I'm like 99% sure we're just gonna segfault right away. Yeah, I've got to update that Discord link, huh? I should probably do that right now. Okay, so our animations aren't working, which is to be expected, actually, since we didn't do the animation thing. But other than that, we seem to be, she is T-posed, but she is moving correctly. I'm kind of worried about the T-pose, actually, because, like, if she... I'm kind of worried about the T-pose, actually. Because okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna check out what the animation situation is. The animation situation. Bars. Okay. Update animations. Okay, we need a... Oh, this looks like a lot of stuff that I don't want to touch right now, man. Okay, we will iterate our entities. We will iterate our entities. We will take this. We will take that. We will skins s.animation buffer. Resizable, and that's on a skin, bro? Wait, what? 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 How did I forget about this? How did I forget about this? Oh wait, no. I'm fine. I'm fine because we actually, this is good. This is good. Actually, this is fine. So this is what I'm getting here is I'm getting the animation buffer from the skin. Okay. I almost had a moment there. And then we do the allocation thingy, blah, 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 blah. And then we're removing animation. Okay, so play animation. Play animation goes to this, which is anim instance ID. When instead, when we play animation, we should be going to an entity. Okay? Unfortunately, I think we have to take into play animation an entity ID, even if we don't want to. Now, because those are the nodes that we're affecting. And there's no way for us to actually get those nodes without that, to be honest. There's just no way. No way, Jose. Play animation. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Okay, so we have 20 errors. No, we don't. That was the bait. Come on, give me my errors. Give me... Where are the errors for this? Yeah, this is an error. Oh, I just was looking at the wrong buffer. We need the entity ID, which is I here. Oi. Remove animation is fine, actually. I just need to make sure that we don't have another error here. Incompatible pointer. You're an incompatible pointer. Yeah, this is mad at me because, ugh, yucky that that's even an error. That's shameful. Shame on you. Don't we have other... Maybe we don't have other play animations. I could have sworn that we had other play animation things. Play animation. Push animation. Push animation is a function that takes in a skin and an instance ID and then completely griefs us. So yeah, it's good that I took a look there, because instead of a skin and an instance ID, we really need to have a skin ID and a entity ID. And then Okay, hold on. So if entity ID is greater than or equal to, you know, if it's out of bounds, then we want to return, etc., etc., etc. So we are going to get entity pointer ent equals map.entities dot buffer, and then we're going to index that by entity ID. We're going to get that entity, and then that entity is going to tell us the instance. It's going to tell us the instance. Or did I call it asset? No, we called it instance ID. Okay, we called it instance ID. No problem. And then we are going to get the skin from that entity. We're just gonna go and skins with that skin ID. Cool. Very cool. Okay. So find animation is fine. Push animation is what needs to change. Every single time we push in animation, we need to instead go ent. Motherfucker. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. Yes, entities need to have an ID on them. That is true. Entities need to have a little bit of a number that tells us what entity it is, okay? Okay. So what was I just doing? I was looking for push animation calls. Inside of which file? Inside of this file. It's right here. Okay, so this is that. And then we have to go to here and find all of the other ones. Boom. Ent ID. GR. Boom. Ent ID. I typed UD. Okay. Boom. Okay. So this one's an issue. This one's actually an issue. This one is totally an issue, actually. Yeah. Unfortunately, our gun, I don't think is an entity. Or is it? I don't really remember, to be honest, dude. No, it totally is. It totally is. No, it totally is. Find and spawn. No. Assets. Find and spawn new asset instance. We definitely spawn, spawn weapon cam. Huh. Spawn weapon cam. I don't make it an entity. Spawn weapon cam. Spawn new asset instance. Spawn new asset instance. Oh no, it is an entity. It 100% is an entity. Yeah. All good. Unfortunately, I don't have that entity accessible, do I? From when we do the gun. You know what? I'm just gonna do it that way. That's the way that makes sense. So that's the way that I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in here. So when we spawn new asset instance, spawn new asset instance. That returns a. Doesn't this return a pointer? It has to, right? Yeah, it does. It does. Okay, so you're just gonna do. I'm just going to set the global, okay? The global, because I'm cheating, okay? I'm cheating. Don't pollute the namespace. Don't pollute the namespace. Why is it gun dot instance ID equals this and then gun dot. And then we also want to put on gun. The entity ID. When we load it in. Yeah. Factual. Push animation. Push animation. Push. Entity ID. Yeah. One more and entity ID. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay, let me fix this Discord link, huh? Oh, never mind. I can't do it. I can't do it because my resolution on my other monitor is so small that I can't edit the stream description. I apologize. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Please. Are we live? Okay. Okay, so that was pretty scary. I don't know what happened here, but something really bad happened. Push animation, shrieker walk, entity ID equals 0. Skin ID equals 0. Instance ID equals 0. Okay, so yeah, something here. I broke something here, unfortunately. I don't know why we seg faulted though. String compare. In find animation. With name. Oh, hold on a second. No, but that's hard-coded. These names are hard-coded, sir. You cannot convince me. Oh. The annoying thing is that find animation is searching through stuff that we didn't touch. It's searching through our instances. And then string comparing against that. Against these. With this. Oh. Yep. That would be why. Animation indices, this would be the correct issue. That would be why. We're definitely going out of bounds there, brother. Definitely. Absolutely. Hold on a second. When we spawn new asset instance, how did I do this? I did a mem copy, right? I always have trouble with this, and I think my solution for this is just like to not think too hard about it. Okay, if I crash, then thank God I crashed because I need to make some food anyway. But yeah, if I crash, then that's it, I guess, for me. Yeah. 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 I hate this song. I'm sorry. I don't want to be that guy, but man, this one sucks. It's just not that great. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Oh, I pressed reload and then we seg faulted. Our idle animation was playing fine though. This entity ID equals 0 seems pretty sus. That seems pretty sus. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. The fact that all of this is 0, instance ID equals 0, there's no way that that's an instance ID of 0, by the way. Spawn new asset instance. My instance ID goes to asset instance ID. And we get the asset from... Where do I get the asset? I pass in the asset. So obviously we have to find the asset by name. If not asset, could not find asset. And then we return. So we have to find the asset. If not cam or not asset, return 0. Okay. Just making sure that I return the ent. And it turns out that I do return the ent. What does spawn new entity do again? It does some suspicious things. For now, we won't worry about it. Where do I use this root, by the way? Yeah, just for hitboxes, I think. I don't understand what's going on here. Also, we have to get rid of this. I think that for like the sake of like my mental health, I have to like get rid of that. It's really bothering me. Where would that even be? Oh, it's right there. It's right there. Clearing stencil. That would be over here in set render properties. Fantastic. Yeah, where was I in this file? Where was I in this file? It was spawn new asset instance. That's where I was. Asset root. Do I have that printout, right? Okay. Well, that's what we'll do. We'll wait for that printout and try to do some detective work. Like Sherlock Holmes. Wasn't Sherlock Holmes like a heroin addict or something? Wasn't there like subtext on that or something? I never read the books. Okay, yeah, we're still seg faulting. And we still are getting... Asset Rhino. So that instills confidence into me, actually. Unless it's asset ID, but then the instance wouldn't be correct in the first place. I'm so absolutely confused why this is happening. Oh, no. No, that should happen after. I'm just gonna print everything out, and then nothing will be a mystery to us anymore. How about that? No, I need to print this out after, actually. Okay, give me the printout. Give me the printout. Where's the printout? Okay, we won't press reload. And we still crash there. Why is every skin ID instance ID at 0? What are we doing, bro? Is this like a logic bug in find asset? We find the asset. We return the instance pointer to go into here. And then where is this asset used? We use it for all of this. I feel like I'm doing something really stupid. I just don't understand how these are, the skin and the instance ID are 0. That just doesn't make sense to me. That just doesn't make sense. Did I do something dumb? I think I did something dumb. I wonder if I'm somehow overwriting the thing here. Yeah, we can probably just like do some checking here to just like make sure I'm not losing my mind. Also, let me check here to the, well, whatever, who cares? Yeah, because this, I'm like 90% sure that we're going to get the right numbers here, and then like after I do these modifications to the struct, then they are going to be wrong. I'm sure, I'm like 99% sure that that they're right when we get into here. Hold on a second. Am I being really dumb? Wait a second. Do I not ever set the... Wait. I never actually set the ID, do I? This is gross what I'm doing here, but I don't really care. I don't think I ever set the ID. And so that's why the ID was always 0. You know, that would actually make some sense. I don't understand why we would be seg faulting because of that though. Because it should just default to a bad asset, to a bad entity, and then okay, never mind. We still are getting entity ID equals 0. Okay. See if I care. Hold on. Okay, now that we're printing all of this out, okay? Okay. Okay, spawning new entity with... They all have an ID of 0. 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 Oh, it's because I overwrite it. It's because I overwrite it by doing this. Okay, neat helix trick to get to the end of the line. Um, uh, you're gonna do Alt J, Alt S. How do you do this again, man? Alt S? No, it is Alt S. It was. I was right. And then you just, oh my God, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, this is good. This is good. Okay. I almost, believe it or not, at the end of lines, there are these like unique little characters that tell the computer that you're at the end of a line, actually. And so when you delete that, the lines don't end anymore. Kind of crazy little trick. Little trick for you guys. Okay. Okay, finally. Never mind. We still seg-faulted because of free on test follow. We have a free that we're hitting on test follow. What are we freeing, bro? What are we freeing from? What are we freeing, dude? What did we free here? I have a free in here? I free straight from here, by the way. If end path, free end path. Ah. Yeah, that's the sound that I make all the time, you know? I like sometimes like I go back and I like watch my like just to like listen to see how the volume was and all that and stuff. And I like all I hear in my own VODs is this sound. Like this is all I hear all the time is this. And you know what that sound is? That's just me scratching my beard. It's like literally 90% of the experience. I don't know. It sounds. It doesn't really sound like me scratching my beard when I do it, but yeah. Okay, so now can we try to get two of her? Yeah, we can. We can do that. I think we can try to do that. Let's try to make two of her. See if that breaks everything. Human 15. No, we don't want to load it twice. We want to spawn it twice. Yeah. Oh, we have two of them. We have two of them. If they stop. No. Well. I don't think that we can split them up, unfortunately. I don't think we can split them up. What I did notice is that one kept on walking while the other one wasn't. Yeah, there's no way that we can split them up, I think. Unfortunately. God damn it. A good way, an easy way to test this would be to like make like 3 or 4, like 10 of them. Any of those numbers would be pretty solid. What I'm trying to see, by the way, here is I want to see if they animate separately. You know, they like do their own thing. You know. Chilling out. Dude, I wonder when the first league game is. When's the first match of the day, dude? I'm trying to figure out if they if I like walk. Okay, so they did animate separately. They did. Now they're gonna be in sync, but I think the other one spawned at a wall, to be honest. Oh, there's the other one. Yeah, see this one stopped. Yeah. It's just that they have like an extra. They just sometimes don't stop properly. But yeah, they're animating separately. Yeah. They don't have like, you know, logic that makes them not merge together into a creature, you know? So that's why they are separate. And now the final test is that we want to change the highlight color, okay? We want to change the highlight color. So how we can do that pretty easily is we can just component flag equals to 1. Yeah, technically you want this to be ent. If ent NPC component, then we will do this ent NPC component highlight flag, okay? And we will set that to different things. I'll just hard code it for now within the things here. So when we get an entity, we're just gonna do this. This is how we're gonna do it. Okay, so what we want to do is E0 NPC component highlight flag equals 1. And then we want one to have a highlight flag of 0. And then 2 and 3 can have a highlight flag of 2. And then I'll just like hard code it in here. Coding. Okay, so let's see if we get... Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I want to make it, I want to make it green. I changed my mind. I want to make it green. Game engines are awesome, dude. Game engines are so freaking hype, man. So true. So true. When's the first League of Legends match, man? I'm trying to look that up on my phone right now. Oh, we're getting a seg fault. Awkward. Why don't we have NPC components, bro? Bro? Am I blind? Is there something that I'm not seeing here, sir? Surely it's not... All of these should have NPC components. Oh, or maybe they don't have NPC components. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I just had like a moment here. Oh, maybe they don't have NPC components. Maybe I just never did that. If def NPC component. Oh. Oh. Listen, we just want to spawn NPC components for all of everything right now, okay? Very true. Brother, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, I don't really. I feel very confused. I mean, hold on. Is this? Brother, I'm not really sure. Like, am I missing something really dumb here? Okay, I want to see if the pointers match. They should match. They should absolutely match. If they don't match, I'm gonna scream. I scream. Okay, we're assigning components, and then we don't have a component. Brother, what? Is it just garbage, what we get out of here? Oh. I see. I understand it completely now. Oh, I'm so dumb sometimes. I'm so dumb sometimes. I'm so dumb sometimes. I'm so dumb sometimes. That's alright. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it, bro. I get it. We're reallocating, you know, pointers, and those pointers aren't valid because we reallocate, and blah 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 blah. You know how it goes. I this is in my 9th workspace now, which is not where I want it to be. Okay. Okay. Hey, green. She's green. She's green. She's green. She's green. She doesn't have color. And then she's red. Wow. Wow, look. Look, guys. Okay, ignore the fact that they become one giant blob. Okay, ignore that. And there you go. There you go. We have it. We have it, sir. Cool. Man, making a game engine is the rocks. Have you heard somebody say that before? I think that that's a saying, right? Is the rocks? I think so. I think that that's a saying. Man, making a game engine, that's the rocks. Okay. So the edge detection shader is finished. Pretty sick, if I may say so myself. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I kind of want to see it a little bit bolder. I think we'd try it at 005. I kind of want to try it like that. Because we get like a lot of aliasing artifacts since we're doing this all at PS1 resolution. So maybe we just try a little bit of a bolder outline just to see it visually what it looks like. Sick. Absolutely rad. Stencil buffers, man. Stencil buffers. Shout out that guy who at the beginning of the day was like, yo, you should use a stencil buffer. And I was like, yeah, man, that sounds like the shit. And guess what? I think it's the shit, bro. I think it's the shit. I think it's the shit. Not to be profane or anything. Look at them hurling their turds around and everything. Yeah, it's great. All right. Cool. Cool beans, man. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so it looks like in 1 hour we have FlyQuest versus VKS, which we know who's gonna win that one. Then we have KT versus Team Secret Whales. Honestly, hoping for KT to lose that one. Then we have G2 versus Koi. Wow, the bangers are all later, man. I really want to see that HLE versus PSG game, but there's no way that I'm gonna be awake at that point. There's just 0% chance. Yeah. I also want to see the CFO game. They all have their own hit boxes too. It's pretty funny because we aren't even making an FPS game anymore. So I mean, why do we even have hitboxes? You know, don't think about it too hard, huh? Dude, sometimes I get really down about this, about like this and all these things that I do, and then moments like this where I'm just like kind of just like chilling and looking at shit, and man, this is pretty sick, you know? It's pretty sick. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Pretty sick if you ask me. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that's about though. Why does that reload cause that? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, because the component flag. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That absolutely makes sense, dude. Yeah, that makes sense. I was trying to change the colors and be all funny with it or whatever, but yeah, that completely makes sense. Okay. I guess I'm going to leave. Believe it or not. You know. So it's pretty funny. I felt like we got a lot done today, but really all we did was knock 2 things off of this list. So, I mean, we did a lot of refactoring and stuff, so that's cool. Like, end of the day, we did a lot of refactoring on frame buffers. So now they can have some multiple attachments and stuff like that. So abstracted some of that away. I also worked on this this entity stuff, you know, so now entities have all their own animations and stuff like that. That's cool. Of course, it's not very efficient. But I think making it efficient should be pretty easy. Literally, I think everything on this list is actually just art bullshit now. You know? Like, doing sprite stuff, working on the animations, all this stuff. This is all art stuff that we have to do. Sprite sheet, attack animations, yeah. So I just have to sit down and art it out, you know, and open up some paints and paint it out. I think all the items that I want to make and stuff. Yeah. I also kind of want to write down here. I already have the groundwork for this kind of laid out, but I want to put down here that I'm going to test out camera switching / movement because I already kind of tested this out. I mean, I have a function somewhere in the engine that does this, but it basically what the function does, maybe I can even find it somewhere. I don't know. Camera sort of weapon cam test follow up to. No, I probably am not gonna find it, to be honest. I forgot. Yeah, I think that this was. I put it somewhere here. When we were testing this out. But it's a function that basically gradually moves the camera to match another entity's position and turns it toward where they're facing to. And the idea is that you're going to have like party members in combat. And so when the turn changes, you're going to, you know, your camera will play that little animation that like switches you to their position. Yeah, I forgot what I called that function. And now I don't know how I'm gonna find it. Yeah, that sucks. I know that I did it when I was setting up all this weapon cam stuff, but I don't know how. Oh, updates. Oh yeah, this is how we find it. Update camera. Isn't it like update scene cameras or something? Yeah, bro, I just gonna keep it a buck, man. I don't know what I called this thing. Update all global cameras. There it is. Transform camera. There it is. This function. this is what we made. Yeah, just another example of like my glorious comments. Finish iterating transform, and then I commented down here, continue iterating. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Anyway, this basically over a series of frames transforms a camera from one position to another position, and another direction or whatever. And that's what this function does. So we want to test that out. It already works, but I kind of want to see it in action. You know, I want, well, first of all, the player yourself doesn't have a model. And so I think the difficulty with that is that, like, how do you have a model that represents yourself, but also have a camera, you know, that isn't inside of your model all the time? And so I think what might have to happen is that we just don't draw whatever entity is attached to the camera. You know what I mean? Do you get what I mean by that? Like, whatever entity our camera is currently on, we'll skip drawing it, and then we'll start maybe like a few frames after we start transforming away. I think that's how we're gonna do it. But yeah, that's why I want to test that out. I should also add a side note here. Make a player body and test with camera. Yep. Wow, we did a lot of coding today. That was a lot of fun. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate everybody who watches me do this stuff, as always. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. Not really sure. Don't really know when I'll be live in general coming up, but I will let you guys know. Make sure to join the Discord if you're into this sort of stuff, and let me know, you know, whatever you end up working on or any questions you have about it. Yeah. I've definitely been feeling weird about all of this work I've been doing, you know, lately on this. To be honest, I go through these periods where it I guess it's hard to like step back, you know, and kind of like see the big picture, you know, because you get like so focused on these small things like the UI and getting, you know, text boxes updating properly and moving around and rotating and filling them in dynamically and having all these callback functions and all that, you know. It's once you like start focusing on stuff like that, like so much, it just becomes so hard to see like the bigger picture, you know. And so now that like the UI system is done and I've done all that work on it, and now that file is like 9,000 lines or whatever, it's like, you know, it's like all of a sudden I'm like, it's like so hard to see what I was working on before, you know? Um, it's hard to really get a grasp on on all the things that still need to get done, you know? Like I still don't have a proper map save and load still. Like I need to do that. I need to do that refactor. And I've been putting it off because once I do that refactor, I'm going to be basically destroying so much of my engine, you know? And it sucks, but it needs to be destroyed, unfortunately. You know? All of the time I spent making 3D shapes and, you know, editing, you know, terrain by hand in my editor and making all the infrastructure to do that. All the time I spent on that is just kind of wasted, you know, like a couple of months of my life just kind of wasted, you know. But yeah, I have to do that refactor and destroy that part of my engine. So, hey, Fiend Embedded, this you can do exclamation point font to get my font and theme to do my theme and etc. etc. I think Nightbot is around. It might take a second to respond to you. It is I believe it's Trident MX 437 9x16. You can find it at I think it's like oldschoolfonts.org or something like that. But yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm kind of at with it. Also, I've just been like dreading going into Blender lately. Like, I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. But I feel like I've spent so long on this engine, you know, it's like tens of thousands of lines, you know, it's so massive. I might as well like make something with it. So yeah, it's really got me in a loop. And I've done some research around about like, you know, getting a job in game programming and all that. And it's just like it's very, people really want and it makes sense that they want, like, you know, you to show your finished products, you know, show your proof of concept, you know. And it's hard because I never finish shit, you know. It's hard because I've got so many things that are just left in awful shape, you know, over the years that I code. And so I think I feel like a lot of pressure to finish it, you know, because I kind of want to prove my worth, I guess, beyond just coming on here and being this crazy person that writes, you know, all this massive amounts of code and blah blah blah, you know. I kind of want to prove that it's all for something, I guess, and that I can be trusted to work on good things, you know. But it's hard, man. It's hard to make a 3D engine all by yourself, man. It's fucking tough, you know. And it's even tougher once you finish that engine, or, you know, once you've made that, to use it, you know. To use it is, you know, it's just an incredible amount of you know, an incredible amount of skill that you have to like have to, like, you have to end up being like an engineer, like a program engineer, like an architect. You have to do sound, you have to do art, you have to you know, you have to do all this fancy shader stuff, you have to do all this, you know, software architecting, you have to do UI design, you have to, you know, yeah, I don't know how anyone does it. It's just such a like a Herculean task, you know. But I'm not gonna give up on it. But yeah, it's just like, yeah, you have to wear every hat, exactly. It's just like, I don't want to like sit here and be like, oh yeah, this is like the hardest thing ever or anything like that. But it's just yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to it's a lot when like I feel like if I just learn like a certain skill set, you know, like I like made some demos in a game engine or something like that, then I could like, you know, focus on the art side of something or whatever. But you know, it's a lot to ask of someone to be like a good software engineer and a good like software architect, and then also finish a project that looks impressive. You know what I mean? And then like show off that project to someone. And then say like here's what I'm capable of, you know. It's like you have to show not only that you're a good software architect, but also that you're a good artist, you know. Which is it's a lot, considering that, you know, I just yeah but it is quite demotivating to see that most of these jobs out there that aren't just like internships or like, you know, have like insane requirements, all of like the serious ones, you know. But yeah, I do hope that if I just focus on finishing something, then things will work out, I guess, you know. But I'm not demotivated with it, but yeah, it definitely does kind of wear me out, I guess, with you know, because like I sit here for like so many hours a day, like architecting and coding and like in that space, and now, you know, I have to go into Blender, you know, tomorrow and, you know, next week, and then do that stuff, and then, you know, it's just, yeah. Well, I am going to sit down on the couch after a long 10-hour stream, and I'm going to fall asleep to some awful goddamn League of Legends. So thanks for watching as always, and hope to see you guys soon. I think the thing with applying for AAA is that they require like 4 years experience simply because they assume most people applying are used to using Unity or Unreal. I guess so. I mean, I've looked at some like specific applications, like for example Rockstar and like Naughty Dog, and a lot of them, I feel like the major kind of requirement is that you need like sample work that you've shipped, you know, to either console or PC. you know? Um, and I feel like if I had that sample work, then I wouldn't feel so pressured to have like 4 years of experience. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I could probably do it. But I feel like the main thing is having that shipped product, having something out there, you know? I feel like that having something playable, having something that works, you know, that you can see it, rather than it just being, you know, hidden away within these thousands of lines of code and just like unused potential. It's like something, yeah. That's why a lot of people try to get into a small indie startup. Yeah, I mean that's very true, but I feel like small indie startups are not rolling their own game engines. You know, that's kind of the kicker. And most of these indie startups, at least from the research I've done, are also looking for, you know, somebody who, you know, they all say senior, and whatever. I mean, by indie, by like beginner studios, quite a few. Yeah, I mean, I've like searched my state on the website that shows all the indie studios for your state or whatever. Half of them are gambling, just casino games. I think I live in a really shitty state, to be honest. And then the other half, their websites don't work, or they just aren't hiring. So yeah, I live in a really you know, bad American state. You know, there's quite a few bad American states, but yeah. I kind of wish I still lived in like New York or a city or whatever, but yeah. But I mean, I'll keep looking. I mean, it's possible that I'll find something at some point, but I also do think I think it's a good goal to work towards, that I should finish something, you know? Because if I don't finish something, it's just like me showing off, hey, here's this thing that I did, you know, with no goal or purpose, you know? I feel like if I was hiring someone, I would like to see them having finished something impressive rather than just like working on something impressive for a long time. Because it kind of shows that you can see something through, I guess, to the end. And so yeah. Anyway, I've doesn't have to be fully finished. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't even have to be fully finished, but there's a lot of things that I would need to do even before getting to a demo state. You know what I mean? Like I'm to be honest, I'm not really that far away from that demo state, but I don't know. Yeah, to be honest, I'm probably not that far from a demo state. Like, if I didn't have to do all of the models for all of the enemies and all of the models for all the playable characters and all the items and all of the you know, inventory items, all of the weapons, if I didn't have to do all the animations, if I didn't have to do all the textures, if I didn't have to do all of that, if I made like a checklist of all the things that I would need to still do, it would be, you know, re-upping the dynamic lighting and my light mapping and updating that again. I haven't really touched that in a while, and literally just refactoring the map save and load, and making asset instances map specific and stuff like that. That would literally be kind of like all I would need. But yeah, I kind of I kind of still have to get to that demo state, I think, for me to feel like confident in it. So I think I'm just gonna keep working on it, yeah. I think the streaming is good though. The streaming has been really good because I've had so many projects like this over the years that I just like throw myself into because I'm just like, bipolar fucking crazy, and it just like I just end up burning out and giving up at some point always. But I think this being able to stream and have this Discord or whatever is like has been really good for me because I feel like I kind of I have to keep doing it at some degree. How reusable is the engine, or is it more game and engine in one? It's pretty reusable, to be honest. A lot of it is reusable, but I mean, yeah, it's pretty reusable at the end of the day. Yeah, it's pretty reusable. I'm trying to like think of where it wouldn't be reusable, but a lot of it is kind of peculiar and particular, I guess. I think that it doesn't do many things conventionally, but it could be reusable for sure. It's just that the lighting is kind of a specific way. The way we handle collisions is kind of a specific way, but if it's set up right now to be able to make a different game with it, then maybe I could make a simpler demo type game with more primitive assets. I guess I guess I could. I Yeah. I guess I'm just like more of a perfectionist, with it, like. But yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Like, I could just probably do that. I mean, it is like very reusable. I could just like, basically make a map or whatever, and then just like, but I don't know. But yeah, I'm probably way too tired to be yapping about all this. Make another Minecraft clone simply because it's slightly smaller scope. I mean, I don't want to make a Minecraft clone. Like, every other video I see on YouTube is like C++, I made Minecraft. It's like, it's been done so many times, like, I definitely, like, I want me to also speak through it. I don't want to make something that's just kind of not original, I guess, you know. And I know that it sounds like egotistical, but it's kind of like me as a person. I'm a very peculiar person. I'm not just, I have like ideas about things that aren't just architectural things that I kind of want to show off, you know, if possible. Because at this point, I feel like coding isn't really as much of an engineering thing as it is an art thing at some degree, you know, with the advent of AI and you know, all the new hardware and RAM limitations becoming, you know, bigger and bigger and bigger. I think coding becomes more of an art rather than the job of an engineer too, you know. So I kind of want to prove that, you know, that I can do like that sort of like artwork, I guess, you know, in terms of like I care about the art, I guess, you know. Make a smaller demo first. Yeah, I mean, I think my like plan is to make like a demo version of the game. Like I'm not going fully polish on it. You know, this definitely isn't something where I'm like fully polishing it. It's why the UI is so bare bones and like blocky and debuggy. You know, it's not something that I'm spending a million years on, but it still is pretty goddamn overwhelming, you know, in general. To still work on that, I think it's just way more overwhelming than if the point I was making is it's way more overwhelming to use your own engine to make a game than it is to like use Unity or Unreal or whatever, you know, because there are 1,000 tutorials out there about how to like do exactly what you want to do in Unreal or in Unity. You know, there's like 1,000 things you can look up, you know, but when you're using your own engine and you have to like figure out how to use the tools that you've built, you know, it's a whole other ball game, you know. It's like you know, I had this idea for this edge detection shader for entities today, you know, and I had to architect this entire like stencil buffer kind of pipeline, you know. That was kind of the point that I was trying to make, where it's like, you know, it's like it's one of the most fun parts about making your own engine, right? But it's also kind of like one of the most mentally taxing things, because when you're working on something with your own engine and you get to a point where, oh, I need to actually work on the engine, you know, it's like a bit touch and go, you know, because you get to a point where you're like, oh, I need to work on the art, and then you suddenly hit a wall, and then you're like, ah, shit, I need to go back and architect this thing because I didn't really make the tool, you know, as well as I should have, you know. And then so, you know, I guess, you know, it's a bit of a learning experience, but yeah, it is a bit touch and go, you know. Yeah, now I need a math lab. I mean, that was one of the first things I made. It's this file, you know. It's kind of like my math library. But yeah, I mean, I've, you know, the collision, the math stuff, the segment testing, all that stuff. I mean, that's been like, you know, months, all that stuff. But when it comes to doing render passes, doing fancy stuff with frame buffers and all of that, it's like this whole other level of architecting. And when we're talking about like batching, culling, all of these things that are kind of more game specific, that the engine was kind of made, you know, more generally speaking, you know, things just kind of get packed into VBOs and tossed around. You know, when it comes to things like culling and entity behavior and keeping track of all of these things, and you just end up having to go back and change things, you know, and you know, because to be honest, there's no way to make the perfect engine. So it's like, the more you make the game, the more you make the engine, I think is kind of the proper way to go about it. Because if you just made the engine first, then there's like a lot of things that you wouldn't really even realize that you had to do until way later. Or maybe that's why people read books on how to make a game engine or whatever before they do it. But I didn't read a book, so I just kind of have to hit my walls and then work around them. But yeah, I mean, now after today's 10-hour stream, I can have frame buffers with up to 64 different attachments when we initialize them, you know, and that's, you know, that's that. All right, well, I am going to, yeah, you can only plan so far ahead. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, I've been here yapping for like the past like 45 minutes anyway. The VOD will stay up. The VOD from yesterday is still up, and I don't know when I'll be around next, but thanks for watching, anybody who's still here, and I'll see you guys later. All right, peace out.